Be sure we are allowed to wear masks during this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just can't wear a mask that's like one of the masked lords.
Mm.
It'd be pretty hard to do. They're all like white, faceless. I mean, expressionless masks. So
Every single mask lord's mask is different.
Yeah.
Not according to like game lore and things like that.
Yes, Chris, I don't know what they may have said in previous editions, but in 5th edition, Waterdeep Dragon Heist specifically, it says that all Masked Lords have identical regalia. And it's so identical that it goes down to making them all exactly the same height and changing their voice so that they all sound exactly the same. So that literally when you get a room full of masked lords, there is no way of telling any difference between any of them. They all sound the same. They all look identical. There is absolutely no difference. That's why they call them masked lords, is because the idea is you're not supposed to see them. Now, the lore reasons, there was some lore reason that they wanted the masked lords to supposedly be, beyond the influence of the special interests, if you will, on the theory that if nobody knows who a masked lord is, you can't curry special favors with them.
Yeah.
Well, but that presumes that every masked lord already doesn't have any special interests of their own when they become a masked lord, or that they don't go talking among their circle of friends, hey, super secret, I'm a masked lord. What do you need the city to do for you? And how much are you going to pay me to get it done? So that kind of falls apart, but it's what the lore says. So, and then the open lord is an elected position because they feel like the people should have someone that they do know that they can petition to on things that are needed. So it almost sets it up where there's one open lord who kind of seems like that might be the more powerful position, but they have to be balanced against 21 masked lords. If they all side together, they can kind of pretty much do whatever they want, regardless of what the open lord wants to do. So that's the whole theory around the masked lords, at least in 5th edition. Like I said, what they talked about it before, I don't know. And I was like, okay, I don't have enough time to come up with my own theory of why they're masked lords, so I'm just going to go with what they say in 5e. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the politics of the Walker of Waterdeep. I am DM Galabond. I am joined today by pretty much most of our players, I believe. Ivy, I see you there. Hope you are feeling better than you were the other day. And we are about ready to go into our session. So let's go ahead and recap what happened last time on the Walker of Waterdeep. Last time they spent a little bit of time doing some shopping, going to the magic shop, picking up some goodies that they wanted to have. And they were also somewhat considering Omin Drawn's offer. And towards the end of the session, they actually met with Omin Drawn's representative in the home of Lady Silverhand. And that representative is a druid who identified herself as Walnut Donggrass, who is a member of the C team of Acquisitions Incorporated, which is based out of the town of Red Larch, which is a couple of days to the north and slightly east of Waterdeep. So, players. I believe the last thing that happened is that Walnut had said that your request to negotiate the deal was highly irregular, and then she got a scribbled message back from Omin Drawn, which indicated, no, in this case, renegotiating the deal is fine, and having your legal counsel talk to Omin on your behalf is fine with Omin. And that caused her to get so flustered that she ran off. So leaving you all sitting. Leaving you all sitting there at the table with Jarlaxle Banray. So, in the immediate aftermath of this, what would you all like to do?
Well, now that we've got that handled, I should head back to my forge, working on a project.
And Jarlaxle says, Adamant, do your project perchance have anything to do with the ball that is upcoming?
Yes, I'm being told that I have to go.
Well, Lady Silverhand and I would be happy to offer ourselves for anyone who has never experienced a ball or has never experienced a dance. I can show the gentleman a little bit how to lead. Lady Silverhand can show the ladies how to follow in a courtly ballroom dance, and we can offer some time for practice here at the estate between now and tomorrow evening. That is purely your option, if any of you want to take us up on that.
That would be wonderful. I would like to take you up on that.
I
Oh,
already know how, so I'm good.
very
Laura
well.
kind of stick her into Ingens. You don't know how to dance?
I do a little, but they're mostly country dances.
Do you?
Laura kind of like
Do you know?
put
how
her
to
hands
control-
up in the air and try and like kind of do a movement, but then it's like, yeah, I don't know either.
Chris, you're really faint.
Yeah, you're a bit quiet today, Chris.
Is it better now?
A
Yes.
little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
What were you saying, Chris?
No, she answered the question.
Okay.
I have a few things I need to take care of. Joraxel, please
Yes.
read the documents further and I'll adjust your judgment.
I will be happy to. And before you all part, he turns and he faces Elora, and he says, and he kind of goes into that humble male drow posture where he sort of looks down more at your feet than up at your face. And he says, Lady Elora, I am not the only one of my crew who comes from the Underdark. And from time to time, we hear whispers and rumors. Information has come to my attention that may be of interest to you. I would know whether you would want to hear this news in the company of your friends or alone.
Laura will kind of tilt her head and say, what kind of news? She's
It
really
is-
confused about the general of this whole information.
It is news concerning the house of your mother.
Laura's face will go blank for a moment, and then she'll kind of think, and then, I guess we can talk in a moment.
Very well. And then he turns to Oyohusa and he says, Master Oyohusa, of course I will give these documents full attention, and I will go over with you all of the details, any sections that I believe may be able to be amended in your favor, and get your blessing on them before I take any counter proposals to Mr. Dron.
Very well. We appreciate your aid.
Of course.
Well, would anyone like some tea? And Oyo motions for one of the chamber assistants to go fetch some tea.
Adamant, well, no thank you. I need to go get to work.
Adamant,
Yes.
are you going to give us a hint on what you're working with, or is it a surprise?
I don't know if it will work yet. I have to. So I want to keep it quiet for now.
Do you want me to come along, or do you think that you would rather be alone?
I don't know what good you'd be in a forge, Oil.
Well, I'm sure I could be of some help.
Kind of tilts his head a little bit and looks him over. I'll be alright.
Very well, suit yourself.
You have your tea.
So Galibar just looks to the rest of the group, is like, so what exactly did just happen? Like, you all seem to know, but
Laura's completely spaced out when Galibar is asking this question. She's kind of just looking at the tea that she's holding in the hands, and it's like thinking, what about my mother now?
Galibar, I guess we did not explain things very clearly. That we should have, while we were still in that town, we were approached by Omin and offered to join his, how do I say, business venture. I was not very sure about it, but I did seek some divine intervention of opinion, and I think that it would be a good thing for us, based on the results that I got.
Out of the rules that were set in this new in their group, it didn't seem like any of them would really fit the kind of help I generally can give.
How do you mean exactly?
Most of the positions that they mentioned seem more of, well, something you could do or Elora could do, since they apparently use druids. I'm a warrior. I go into battle and I defeat things. Not a lot, like none of those positions generally seem like they would be that kind of thing.
I think it goes without being said that your type of role is a necessity and most valued. Besides, this is not going to change our group dynamic. We go where we want and when we want, and if we want.
Out of character, point being that none of the positions generally say like warrior skills. Most of them are bookkeeping and stuff. So
Yeah, out of character, like I get it, but Oyo's just trying to reassure you that
yeah.
you know that it kind of goes without being said. You know, like it's like a fighter is just. It's just one of those things that you need, and it's just kind of like not talked about. You know.
Yeah. I'll have to ask them next time if there is a role that they didn't mention.
I'm sure that we could create one, if that is indeed a concern of yours.
I'll have to talk to my mother. She didn't seem too enthusiastic when I asked her.
And Jarlaxle says, I did not want to say too much in front of the representative of C-Team. There was a look that came over her face whenever she spoke of Omin Drawn. I believe that she suffers a bit from hero worship of that one.
Mm.
But in the annals of recent Waterdeep history, Acquisitions Incorporated has quite a checkered reputation. There have been problems in the city that, for sure, Acquisitions Incorporated has addressed and resolved. But that resolution always seems to come with a price. And more often than not, there are, shall we say, consequences with the way Acquisitions Incorporated goes about solving problems. It would be, I think it would be an opportunity to certainly gain an ally of an independent mercenary group. Because, if nothing else, Acquisitions Incorporated are a confederation of mercenary bands spread across the Sword Coast. That much is certainly true. If and when there is ever an attack that follows up on the Githyanki attack, being able to call those chips in would help to bolster the city's defenses. Especially if you all had some measure of control in how much Acquisitions Incorporated could ask for participating in that defense. So I look at it from one perspective, and I see that for Lady Silverhand, you all being part of Acquisitions Incorporated could give her leverage over Omin Drawn. By the same token, you being part of that gives Omin Drawn leverage over the political leadership of the city.
Hmm.
It is rumored, and I myself do not know if the rumors are true. I only tell you what I hear in the taverns and over drinks at the Yawning Portal. But it is said that Omin Drawn may in fact himself be one of the masked lords of Waterdeep.
Oh,
So he may already have political influence in the city.
I think you're right. But you bring up a good point that I should mention this now. Do you think it would be wise for us to start our own organization, and then once this contract, we insert ourselves in this new formed organization, so that we are not completely one entity inside Acquisitions Incorporated, but more of a merger, if you will?
Well, your deeds, your reputation, not only what you did, what you have done here in the city, but the stories of what you have done beyond the realm of Toril. Those have begun to filter in through the various representatives of the Ravnican guilds that come and visit Waterdeep for business or as part of an exchange program. The Izzik League, for example. And he looks at Adamant. He says, "You may be aware of this, but I will caution you strongly how much you say around the gnomes and the goblins, for they are extremely excitable, and they are prone to drink. And a skilled interrogator can ply them with enough drinks and enough cajoling and flattery that they will tell the secret of where their dear mother holds her pension jewels by the time the night is over. So be careful with them and how much you relay to them about, that you would not want others to know. But it's not just them. The Boros Legion, I believe they are so full of themselves. They believe themselves such the epitome of warcraft and fighting prowess that they brag about the deeds that you all have done. And of course, they try to make it sound like you were doing them on behalf or in partnership with the Boros Legion.
I humiliated the Boros Legion.
I find that not surprising at all, Sir Galibar.
Well, to be fair, the most powerful representatives of the Boros Legion were not present at that time. But yes, he did embarrass them. I was impressed.
Yes, you certainly, and what I mean to say is that your fame has grown to such a point that should you set out your own banner, whether you would seek to compete against Acquisitions Incorporated or simply be your own fledgling independent organization, there would be a number of aspiring adventurers, aspiring clergy, aspiring wizards and sorcerers, and even aspiring druids and bards that would flock to you and would make you quite a considerable force on your own. I don't know that you need Acquisitions Incorporated. But
I have thought about this for a long time, and I have not told anyone of it till now. But I think it would be a great missed opportunity if we did not start our own organization. For we all have our own, how do you say, camaraderie and beliefs. And it would be nice to have something that is beyond us, that reaches out into across the worlds and the planes, and it would be a way of us giving back. What do the rest of you think?
I think that's a solid idea.
I'm already part of an organization.
It would not interfere with that organization, Galibar.
Indeed, we would not ask you to do something that would go against your faith or your beliefs.
and Jarlaxle is leafing through the pages of the contract and making some notes from time to time, and then he looks up and he says, well, yes, in the prospectus here, it tells us that in the beginning, Acquisitions Incorporated was merely 3 adventurers. Omin Drawn, his friend Jim Dark Magic, and their dwarf companion, Binwin Bronzebottom. And they were just a trio of adventurers like any other adventuring group. Except they thought of a name, and they thought of marketing themselves. And now, a decade later, 2 decades maybe, they have grown into a franchised organization that has chapters all across the Sword Coast. Why, another 2 or 3 decades, they might rival an organization with the reach and the power of the Harpers or the Order of the Gauntlet, even. Who knows? Now, whether you all aspire to be an outfit with that sort of reach and influence, or whether you simply aspire to have your names go down in legend from now until the end of time, having a catchy name for your group couldn't hurt. And
Ivy
incorporating that.
Inca, Ivy, what do you think?
Elora.
Sorry.
And Elora's
Elora.
still zoned completely out, just holding her cup of tea.
Inca has been listening, but she's kind of had a bit of a distant look in her face, in her eyes on this. She kind of comes back and looks at you and goes, well, I don't think we need them. I don't want to be beholden to anyone but ourselves. I don't want to be required to share in our successes or our defeats. And I just don't want anybody to represent us but us. And I don't want to represent anyone else. I don't want to be on show. Does that make sense?
Indeed.
I mean, we typically represent Waterdeep.
Well, that's beside the point. But what I'm saying is a company, a business. You know,
Part of a successful business is having interactions with other businesses.
that's
Think of
that's
it as a
fine,
merger.
but she just doesn't seem to be able to figure out the true words of how to explain what she wants and what she's looking for, or why not to do one thing or another, you know?
Well,
So-
I will point out that he approached us. We hold the power in this dynamic. We can say no or yes and demand our terms. And if we don't like it, we don't accept. But if this is how you truly feel, then we should start our own company. And what would we call it?
That would take a little bit of time to think about. And I don't think trying to rush through it right now would be a good thing. But if we decided to do our own company, then we would need to have documents drawn up that basically puts everything on the level for everyone in our group or anyone to join our group later on.
I think it's something we should not put off. We don't have much more time here in Waterdeep before we continue our main mission, if you will. And we do not know when we will be back. If any of us do make it back.
Oh, I have faith that you will, sir. I have faith that this is not the last time we will see you gracing our city. Says Jarlaxle, and he smiles at you all.
Jarlaxle, how do you like your tea?
He takes a sip and he says, ooh. Very good. It has a note of... I can't quite place it. What is that? What is that slight note I'm tasting?
Laura will cheer up and say, it's little bits of lavender seed.
Oh. Very,
She's
very
already finished her cup and she already put it away, cleaned it, etc.
It's very fine tea, my lady. Very fine tea, Mr. Oyohusa.
Well, it's not mine. It's wherever they got this from.
And he sets down his cup and he says, very well. Not to be a pest, but Lady Elora, did you come to a decision? Did you want to hear this news alone or in the company of your friends?
Looking back down at her cup that she cleaned, she'll kind of look and say, I'll follow you out. She kind of like ticks her tongue a bit, kind of like wanting to know, but still curious of just why. But Laura will stand up and she'll go closer Relax will wait for him to lead her out.
Okay. Well, he will go ahead and stand up, and then he will make a gesture for the servants, who will lead you all out the same hallway that Walnut went down, and then on the side of that hallway, about 10 or 15 feet down that hallway, there is a sitting room. It's a small sitting room. It can comfortably hold about probably 8 people. But the servant opens the door, and you can see that there's nobody else in there. And Jarlaxle enters, and there's a couple of couches and then 2 high-backed chairs that sit on either side of a little coffee table. And he will go over to one of those high-backed chairs, and he will just sort of stand in front of it, waiting for you to enter and decide where to sit. But he won't sit down until you do. And then as soon as you two come in, the servant closes the door behind you, and the rest of you, if you look down that hallway, you can see that servant just sort of stands by the door, outside the door, facing the hallway with his back to the door.
Elora will kind
Yeah.
of turn to Jarlaxle and say, I only wish to have this conversation under one circumstance.
Yes, my lady.
You know your worth. You know, the whole time, constantly, every time. As she kind of walks closer to him and puts her hand on her shoulder, and then go behind him and says, you never look at me in my eye. Treat me as equal, or know that you're equal. You know, you don't give yourself a little bit more credit. She'll kind of slide her hand to the other side of his shoulder and say, if anything, I think you are more powerful than me. So chin up, dear. And she'll kind of smirk at him and smile.
And he will raise his eyes, and as he looks at you, go ahead and make an insight check, Elora.
Okay, 1 second. I'll probably give myself guidance on this too, just because.
Okay. That's fine.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, 14. He looks slightly uncomfortable, and he says, was the paladin having fun with me the other day? Sir Galibar, when you were here, when your group was here before for dinner with Lady Silverhand, Sir Galibar said that you were asking him to learn how to use the scourge. I have memories of the use that the leaders of the great houses, the honorable matrons that lead the great houses from Menzo Berenzan, how they use those scourges. And it just reminded me of my place in our society.
Or kind of start a bit, and she'll go up and sit on the desk. I'm guessing there's a desk in there in front of
Yeah.
him, and
Yeah.
she'll kind of lean back and say, "What? You really think I'm just gonna pull out a whip on you, skirt?"
And he seems to finally relax a little bit. And once you sit down on the desk, he will go ahead and he will sit down in the chair that he was standing next to. And he says, "Well, honestly, I did not know, other than to your friends, whether you considered yourself more a part of the surface world or were still deeply connected to our homeland. I did not want to take a chance of guessing incorrectly."
So kind of take a moment to think and then pause just to try and frame her words correctly and says, "I've never really been a part of that world, but I don't know. I have these urges that come over me sometimes, just spark." She's kind of like trying to explain it, and it's like, it's better if I just show, but it's highly inappropriate. She kind of like throw her hand over, and it's like, whatever.
And he smiles a bit and he says, "It is in our blood, my lady. We are conditioned, even among very powerful surface women like Lady Silverhand. I find myself involuntarily deferring to her because it is just something that is ingrained into us from our culture, from how we were born. The fact that you say you have never felt yourself a part of our world leads me to my news. So I will be direct and I will not dissemble. I fled the Underdark with a band of other males, most of us outcasts. We call ourselves Bregame Darth. It simply means the houseless outcasts in our language. We made our way to the surface, and we became a band of mercenaries. I will speak plainly to you. Eventually, we made our way north, and we found the city to the north. Oh gosh, I need my map now. Luskan, thank you. We found Luskan and discovered it was in turmoil. Its leadership was broken asunder, and all of the powerful forces in the city were fighting against each other. As mercenaries, we first thought we would make coin by choosing sides and figuring out who would be the victor. But then, as we studied the conflict, I came to realize that there was far more wealth in ending their struggle and gaining a measure of political control. And so, through skills of diplomacy, subterfuge, and a few bribes paid in the right place, I managed to get myself named as the Open Lord of Luskan. And now, I conduct business for the city with the other great cities on the Sword Coast. And it is in that, guise, that I came to Waterdeep seeking for Luskin to become a member of the Lord's Alliance, something it has never done. But that was before the Githyanki attacked. I'm sure you've heard about that attack from your friends. At any rate,
nod her head and silently just continuing to let him speak and listen with all content.
in the last 24 hours, it has come to the attention of Bergendarth that your mother, the matron now of House Delapane, has sent agents to the surface. It seems that when you and your brother, I'm sorry to bring him up to you, but when you and your brother fled the Underdark, it brought great shame on the house. And your mother has let it be known that she intends to bring you back to the Underdark for correction training and for punishment.
Dun, dun, dun.
I do not know what this correction training entails, but I have it on reliable authority from men that I trust that the punishment they seek is to have you sacrificed as a drider, to be an enslaved servant of the goddess Lolth, whether you want to or not.
The only thing that he can probably tell by Elora is that she gets this wicked smile on her face and then she starts laughing. My mother thinks from all these years she now finally starts caring? You know, that is priceless.
Truth be told, if your mother is like the leader of most great houses I know in Menzoberranzan, they only care when something affects their honor, either to increase their honor among the other houses or to shame them among the other houses. The rest of the time, they do not give a whit about anything, least of all their own children.
Or spells. Because then she'll start counting on fingers of how many spouses her mother had. And the
Yes.
halfling, and then this, and the giant, and this.
Yes, the spouses. The spouses are as easily disposed as the leavings from last evening's meal. But I would offer this because of my own animosity towards Menzoberranzan and House Bayenray, that whose name I bear, but I bear it in irony because of the pain that they have caused me personally and the losses I have suffered from them. I would ask, my lady, that you allow Bregendarth to hunt down and assassinate these agents that your mother has sent to the surface. And then, as our gift, we will send the pieces of those assassins back to your mother in elegant rosewood boxes.
Before he can continue, she quickly throws a hand up, like making him stop completely.
He does.
if these assassins that my mother is sending towards our way dares lay a finger on anyone or hurts anything or despiles anything up here, then granted protect. But do not do it out of spite. Protect me, because I do know how to protect myself. She kind of like reached her bag, kind of pull it like the whip, like, hey, okay, just to tease him a bit. But then she'll just put it back away quickly.
And Jarlaxle remains straight-faced and says, "You travel with these adventurers. I have no doubt that you can take care of yourself. From what I have heard of their accomplishments, you would not survive with them if you couldn't. They do not face weak opponents, and they have prevailed. And from what I hear, you have been instrumental in several of their victories. I think anyone who underestimates you would do so at their peril. We have the luxury at this point of your mother believing that you are merely a wayward and insolent child and not realizing how strong you have become."
That, my boy, is definitely true. She's only known me as this child who's locked up in my room and snuck out at night, sometimes to see Miley and Ballroom and trust them, but she's never known my magic or anything like that. She's only wanted me to be chaos and destruction and etc., but she doesn't know the power I hold or what my friends also hold. And I feel like if things came down to it, I'll take care of it myself. It's not anyone else's problem to take care of besides my own. Family issue is a family issue that should be stay between a family, but sending cowarding behind these people, these innocent souls, that's crossing the line. But I will not scoop down to her level, nor will I let you, or will I let your friends or family either. So, do it to protect people, but don't cross that line. I will try and figure out a way how to visit my mother. She'll kind of smile nervously. She can probably tell by the cracks of her trying to smile and fight it off like there's nothing, but inside she's worried a bit.
Just a bit.
Okay. He will look at you, and he will simply nod to you, and he will say, "As you wish, my lady. We will take no further action. Would you like for us to keep you updated if we hear more about the activities of your mother's agents on the surface?"
Yes, very much so. And if I may ask, how close is she now?
I believe the report that I heard said that her agents are in Baldur's Gate. That is some way to the south. By road, it may be as long as 2 months. By boat, perhaps 10 days. Depending on the schedule that you and your companions keep, You may be long away from Waterdeep before they arrive here. But there are
Well-
enough who know your companions. And if your companions speak of traveling, and if they say that they were traveling with a dark elf female, then just like the spiders that our people keep for pets, your mother's agents will hide in the shadows and wait until they think you have returned.
I'll kind of tap on her mouth a bit with one finger, give like a thinking pose of how she's going to do it, because she doesn't want to put her friends in danger. But at the same time, she has no control over the situation currently. She'll kind of turn down to him and say, if you can possibly, if we keep one of them captive and then she'll think that there's something up and then she'll go over and target more people and expand her search. So that might be a bigger problem than what it's laying. But if we could get any little bit of detail of how she plans on moving around this, yes, sacrifice me, whoopee whoopee, but how she plans on it being is a different story. What kind of leverage she has over me, how much knowledge she has of me, etc.
And Jarlaxle leans back and smiles and says, I think there are some within Bregendarth who may have ways of finding that information and leaving your mother's agents none the wiser. If I know the vanity of powerful drow women, she would not leave a job like capturing and returning you to her to mere men. She would send female agents that she believes she can trust. Within Bregendarth, there are men who were kept as courtiers and were kept as the playthings of some of the powerful women of Menzo Baranzan. They learned, as a way of keeping their skin intact, how to entice and encourage and please drow females. If your mother's agents show up here in Waterdeep, I know half a dozen men who would volunteer for the opportunity to separate them from whatever knowledge they are carrying without them ever realizing that they have divulged anything. They will think it a challenge and a great sport. By the time you all return to Waterdeep, I hope that we will have some information for you. Or, of course, if you prefer, I could send it to you via sending spell as soon as we acquire the information.
If things go south in any way possible, I require you to reach out to me as soon as you could. And I'll try my best to come back when I can. If it is an emergency, then I will have to finish the mission, see what's in hold, and things like that. But if it's emergency and if your people are getting hurt, then my hand will be forced. But may it be an apology gift in a way to promise you that I will stop her.
He
For
gives
taking
you
it further, of course. She kind of gives him a little wink.
and he gives you a little bow and he says, "As you command, my lady."
She kind of like flicks his nose. Equal, remember? Elora.
Yes, Elora.
She kind of smirks and says, "Good boy." Just to tease him, just to confuse them even more.
And he says, "If there is nothing else, that is all the news I had for you."
Very well. Well, I do promise you that I shall stop her one way or another. If it wasn't for my sake, it's for your sake. If it isn't for our sake, then it is for the Drow's sake. For the ones who escaped. Eh?
And he stands up and he smiles, and now his smile broadens, and he says, "I don't think your mother realizes how much trouble she's in."
Oh, very much so. She'll kind of like give him another wink and a pat on the shoulder, saying, "I look forward to seeing you at the ball, so don't disappoint."
"Yes, ma'am." And he goes and he opens the door to let you walk out.
And whenever she calls him ma'am again, she'll kind of whisper, "Elora!" She walks back to the other group, see if they're still there waiting for her or if they're already gone.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess would you guys have waited in that dining room when those two walked off, or?
Adamant would have departed. He's got things to do.
Okay.
Oyo would have stayed. Hopefully, if Heather stayed, he'd be having tea with her.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, Jarlaxle will not. Jarlaxle will return to the room only long enough to pick up the papers and give you all a slight tip of his oversized hat, and then he will head back off into the house to leave you all alone.
Is he blushing?
He is very much in control of his features. You
Damn.
get the sense that this guy, when he wants to, he's really good about hiding his emotions. You have had him between you and Galibar and your friends, you all had him very much uncertain about just which way the wind blows around you all, and what to expect specifically from you. But now he feels like you all are more aligned in purpose. That you both have an animosity towards the status quo in the Underdark, the way things get run down there.
Fair. So is Galibar still there at the table?
Yeah. He has literally nothing else to do until the ball.
Laura will look at Galibar and say, "Galibar, you scared the bejesus out of him." She'll kind of like pull out her whip and say, "Oh, this is the first time that I had to use that in a while." Just to try and see the reaction of Inga and Oyo's face as well.
Yeah, Inka and Oyo are probably like,
Like what?
Oh, brother.
Oyo is definitely paying attention. He doesn't say or change his face. He's got a bit of a poker face, but he will be. He'll look at Elora and he'll say, "Is everything all right? What was that all about?"
Laura's face will go like blank, saying, "Ugh, fine, back to the point." She'll say, she'll put it away and say, and she'll kind of give a hand to Galibar and say, "No, I didn't actually use it. I just scare tactic, you know?
Yeah, I haven't properly taught you how to use them yet.
But I still can use it. Kind of. Not really. I can hold it and scare, but can't use it. No. Anyway, back to the point. Oh, yeah. Yes. Anyway. Any more tea?
Oh, she deliberately like dodges the question.
Well, he's deliberately like hiding her face from her, so.
Okay. Insight check.
No, inside your text.
No, I'm insighting her. I don't know what I'll find or what I'll see, but something's off. He hears Elora's mother dropped in conversation earlier, and he had to like purposely avoid even pretending that. I mean, he basically had to pretend that he didn't care.
Yeah.
He's never even heard anything about his mother from her brother or her, so
Yeah.
he thinks this is sort of serious.
Okay, so
Or-
yeah, she tries to deceive you, but clearly that doesn't work. So, Elora, since you volunteered an opposed deception check and you failed, what emotion is Oyohusa reading on your face? When he asks about, is everything okay?
As she kind of looks over to her, like you can tell that she's trying to hide through a little bit of a sense of humor. But whenever he's looking at her putting the whip back in her bag, you can see that she's kind of more shaky and nervous. But at the same time, she doesn't look scared. More worried. So the frill of her eyebrows will be a little bit more high arched, and her lips will be a little bit more tight together, trying to still think and process everything. And you can tell the cogwheels in her head still turning and kind of like blowing out a little bit of steam, but not overwhelmingly doing so. Elora will sigh and she'll say, "Well, as you know, it's something to do with my mother. Easiest way to describe it is everyone needs to be on high alert.
What?
My mother has never cared about her children or her spouses or things like that. But I guess she wanted to go into the politic world." She'll kind of like roll her eyes a bit and scoff. "She wants her name to be crystal clean, and we are a tarnish of her name. So instead, she basically wants to hunt me down, make me suffer, and all that good draw stuff, right? Prisoner, and worship me, and sacrifice me to like Lilith, and she says that so calmly, it's probably worrying.
Oyo just blinks at the mention of everything she said and at the mention of Loth. Uh,
So either way, there is spies coming, probably in like 10 days, what he said.
Elora.
He said anywhere from a couple of 10 days by boat to 2 months by road.
2 months by road. Whatever. It'll take them a while to be here. We'll probably be gone before they come, but still, it's a point of I don't want anyone else endangered because of my mother's silly, selfish ways of crazed whip psycho.
Elora. Who is your
Gonna-
mother and what is the name of your house?
You forget my name already? So kind of like try and joke around and tease him a bit. And it's like Cellophane.
Oh. Okay,
My mother,
out of character.
I haven't.
What does Oyohusa know about drow houses and if anything at all and yada yada yada? Like is this like fucking warning bells going off like crazy or is he oblivious? What do I need to do?
Okay. Make me a knowledge check.
Not what?
Or a history check, I'm sorry. A history check.
Great. I'm not good at these.
Because this would be stuff you would have picked up from, just being around in Waterdeep.
I should have paid more attention in history class.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well,
Let the fates
You were
decide.
friends with Xandri.
Yeah, that's not bad. Now, okay,
So what do I know about this House of Delafane and her mother?
Okay, about the House Delapane itself, you know only that you have met 2 children of House Delapane, Eric and Elora. That is not a name of any house that people on the surface would necessarily have ever heard of. It's not a house that has traditionally been one of the most powerful houses in Menzoberranzan or anything like that. It is, but what you know of Drow, what you know of Drow houses is that among the most powerful of all the Drow houses and the most famous is actually House Bayenray, which is the name that Jarlaxle bears. Jarlaxle Bayenray. You know that there are stories of wars, several wars for control of Menzoberranzan that have happened, and Menzoberranzan is like the only Drow city the people on the surface have ever heard of. And it somehow seems that House Bayenray always winds up on the winning side in these wars, which from the legends and lore and rumor that people would have heard about the Drow means that House Bayenray has managed to stay generation after generation very highly in the favor of Lolth. Because the way a house falls out of favor is when somebody does something to piss Lolth off. She seems like a deity that very much acts on whim. You piss her off today, she will be just as happy to wipe your family and all of its descendants off the face of, the Underdark tomorrow. You please her today, she will be equally happy to put you in a place of great power. She's very fickle like that. And So but they're always part of that leadership council. Now, other houses come and go. You all probably, most people in Waterdeep, especially if they've ever hung out at the Yawning Portal and listened to the bards, there's been story cycles of a drow bard or not a drow bard, a drow ranger that left the Underdark and came to the surface, and he was from House Durden, and it's pretty clear that at some point House Durden had a run-in and an encounter with House Bayenray, and this person who managed to make it to the surface is probably the only member of House Durden that survived that. It's like they probably were completely wiped out. So, that when the and then the other thing you realize is that, of course, they're a matriarchal society. The women hold the power. They are the priestesses. The family name goes through the women because of the women's connection with the priesthood of Lolth. The men are considered basically necessary for childbearing, but they're otherwise treated like slaves. They're not really counted as important people. They're not even considered among the more important warriors. The fiercest fighters, the most powerful mages, the priesthood, all of that is controlled by women in Drow society. So that's basically the general kinds of things that that Oyohusa would know with a 20. Not a whole lot of specific help, but just a little bit of in general. Oh shit! Okay, so this is what. Yeah, if the Drow are pissed off, this is what it means.
Right.
After Elora goes on about like the rambling of being sacrificed and being kidnapped and things like that all over again for escaping, she'll go back into detail about, yeah, well, my mother really hasn't cared for us that much, and she now wants to show interest because she wants to grow her name and whatever else she wants to do. And she has her weaknesses, like a lot of other women and just normal drow. But I still don't feel comfortable messing with her. I haven't known her for I don't know how long, so I don't know how much power or control or anything of that she has, but he says he is going to do some looking to see how much tools she has in her side of the field. And we can only hope that things go well. But if not, I feel like I have to go confront her sooner or later, eventually. Because I've already escaped there once. I don't want to go back, nor will I be a prisoner to someone else's game or a toy to someone else. And you know what I'm getting at. She'll kind of like rub her forehead a bit and say, right before the ball, my porch.
Would she really sacrifice one of her own daughters?
Elora will just start laughing and smiling and says, yes. Family means nothing to my mother. My mother has slept with I don't know how many people, has I don't know how many men in her fields. On top of that, women too. don't get me started on the woman that I seen her in bed with whenever we were together when I was still living there. And on top of that, who knows how many children she has or how much time she got pregnant. Oof. Me and Eric were just twins. We were born at the same time. So I highly doubt she would stop after one batch, especially after me and him kind of left. So who knows?
Inka will kind of get up and go over to where she's at and sit down next to her and go, "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" For now.
Elora will smile and she'll kind of like tap her head, almost like Admin does to Elora, and says, "If I have to, I have no problem killing my mother with my bare hands."
Well, this complicates things a lot more than I had planned. And Oyo just kind of gives Inka a look.
Inka just kind of looks back at him like, "Hey, this is your thing, not mine."
I have some things that I need to take care of, if you'll excuse me. And Oyo gets up and gives his polite, goodbyes, and he leaves.
Okay.
Galibar says, "Well, we killed assassins before. We can kill them again. If they feel they're likely to be a threat, we've probably dealt with way worse by now."
My mother may be stronger, my mother may be weaker. I'm not too sure because I haven't had any contact with anything really drive related in a long time. But I don't have too much worry about what she could send my way.
She isn't one of the higher up drow, so
Elora will shrug and say, "I don't know." As far as I remember, not so much. She just plays her field and tries and guilt trips everybody to doing her own way and doing it my way, and my way is the best way.
well, the only drow that ever stood a chance against me was Xandri, so
Take that as offense. She'll kind of scoff, put her hands on her hips, saying rude.
I mean, Elora, I could pick you up and put you over my shoulder easily.
Yes, it's a fact, but will you be able to catch me?
I believe I am faster than you.
Just take a moment. She'll think. It says, "Shit, you're right."
His movement speed is 40.
Yeah, no.
Out of
That'd be 45
character,
now. But, yeah.
Gallibond.
Yes.
For me and the viewers, just to be clear, Jarlaxle did say that her family has become a powerful house. I'm pretty sure I heard that word, or am I mistaken?
Her mother has been seeking more power. And the fact that the implication is that because her mother had 2 children that escaped the Underdark with the scandalous intent of going to the surface, that is something that brings shame on the house. And so in the system of drow justice, in order to show true fealty, true loyalty, true faithfulness towards Lolth, bringing one or both of those children back and having them first punished so that they understand how horribly they have sinned and shamed their family, and then have them sacrificed by being forced to be turned into driders that serve slavishly Lolth's will. That's a good way of getting back on Lolth's good side.
What I'm asking outside of character knowledge, and this is just maybe we don't know this yet. Maybe she doesn't want to reveal that. But is her family a noble, a non-noble family, or a noble family?
It's kind of implied that if you have a house, you are on some level of nobility. But whether you're sort of like a baron with a little barony out on the edge of, the realm of this great king, or whether you're a duke that has a large part of the kingdom and a bunch of earls and counts and barons below you, that's hard to say. The fact that nobody on the surface has ever heard of Delapane, it could mean they're on any of those levels.
Okay.
Elora and Eric never really talked to the party about whether their house was particularly powerful or not. So that would be something, as what Elora has told you, take it for whatever it's worth, is that as far as Elora remembers, her mother did not have political aspirations. But, drow live a long time. And Elora may look like she's, barely more than a teenager, but that could mean she's 200 years old. And so in the 100 or more years that she's been away from the Underdark, her mom may have started to get a bug about, wanting to be closer to the center of power. Who knows? That's probably something that you all will have to find out from someone other than Elora.
Okay, why set him up to possibly do some maybe digging? Haha. Elora's all a little boy toy, but not really a boy toy because it's consensual.
Wait,
And after
what?
him.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What was just uttered?
I have no idea. That's a new one on me.
Galibar probably heard it. It's okay. That's all that matters.
I didn't catch what you said, but okay. But as a second note, where do you think Oyohusa is running off to right now? He's going off to get some freaking answers about House Delapane. If there is any.
Okay, so let's go around the table here. Adamant, you had gone off to your forge. Anything we check in with you on, or are you good until we get closer to the ball?
Well, I'm good until we get closer.
Okay, Galibar, you have said there's nothing you really need to do between now and the ball. Anything that you want Galibar to do, or just come back when you're closer to the ball?
Yeah, the ball is the next day, correct?
It is the evening, tomorrow evening, yeah.
Yeah, so he's
Okay.
probably just gonna be. Well, now that he knows assassins are probably might be coming after Elora, he would want to stick a little bit closer to Elora just to protect her. But
Okay.
other than that, he has really nothing else he wants to do.
Okay. Inca had mentioned that she might take Jarlaxle up at some point on ballroom dancing protocol or lessons of that type. Did Elora have any interest in taking Jarlaxle up on that as well?
Elora was planning on helping Ingrid trying to dance, and on top
Okay.
of that, find her a good dress if she hadn't already. Forget
No.
if she
Okay.
skipped
It
that
sounds like
by or not.
she's already got that taken care of.
Okay.
Okay. And so then that leaves Oyohusa wanting to run off and do some digging
Yes,
and some
he's off to
investigation.
find to
Okay.
find Hargaff.
And before Oyohusa runs off, can Elora kind of say like a sly comment? I know it's a little bit late now, but I meant to say it earlier. She'll kind of turn to Oyohusa and say, "Don't be messing with Frau Woman intentionally." But either then, she'll let him go.
If Elora is gonna just be with Inca, learning how to dance and trying to teach her how to dance, he'll probably assist in the lessons since he knows ballroom etiquette and everything.
Oh, does
Okay.
he? I'd like to see a performance check.
You know he's proficient in performance, right?
I just want to see how this big old barbarian is dexterously on his feet when it comes to dancing. Personally, I don't know. Maybe the viewers agree.
18. Yeah. Oyohusa being a
I mean, I'm not
fighting.
there.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. Yeah. 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 So Galibar. There's you all, the three of you, Galibar, Inca, and Elora, go find Jarlaxle, who immediately makes time, takes you all to one of the small ballrooms in the estate, and calls for a quartet of musicians. So there's a harpsichord in this room, and they bring in a couple of string players, and they roll in a harp. So there's a harpist, a harpsichordist, two string players, and then a person comes in with a little hand drum. And they start off into some, courtly Baroque type music that's good for a waltz or something like that. And Jarlaxle offers to demonstrate, but Sir Galibar is like, I have this. And he goes over and he shows Inca how to position her hands, and puts his arm on Inca's shoulder, and then he just kind of says, okay, wait for the beat, and he starts to sway a little bit in time to the music, so that Inca is picking up sort of how the pace of this dance is going to be. And then when he's ready, he just very lightly and skillfully and deftly begins leading her around the room, twirling and dancing and going. And Inca, why don't you make a performance check to see, which ought to be good for a bard, to see how well you follow along with Galibar.
Okay.
All you can hear is clink, clink, clink,
Sorry,
clink,
my
clink, 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 clink. Fire heals. Only if it was adamant here
Okay.
too.
I'm not sure Adamant's body would allow him to make the precise movements needed.
Okay, I
There.
apologize. My thing is lagging. I swear to God, I've pushed it twice. So if it comes up twice, I apologize.
Okay. All right.
Well, come on. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. I've pushed it 3 times now. Here, let me
Okay.
just see if I can roll it. Wait, my roll 20 is like lagging so hard.
Okay, I think I just rolled it. Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
My
no.
So
Oh no!
I think at that point, Galibar is literally just, because of his strength, he's literally just like holding her up while they're dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't dance really well with boots on.
Yeah, and Inca, it's like you obviously you get the tempo, you get the rhythm, you know, from your performing, you understand that, and you think you know where this is. It's kind of weird that he's got one of his hands in yours and his other hand is on your shoulder and your hand is on his shoulder, because like, shouldn't you be in a line holding, you know, one hand holding his, another hand holding somebody else,
Someone
and he's holding
else's,
someone else's hand on the other, and you're kind of, and you figure, oh, so it must be kind of like that, but just facing each other. And so as he begins, you just sort of instinctively start going into these country steps. And while he's trying to do this 3-step motion, you're trying to 2-step it. And you know, instead of going to 3 steps, and it's like, whoa, wait a second, this is not working right.
Mm-hmm.
And Galibar's great strength, he senses you struggling, and then after a couple of moments, you realize, okay, your feet are no longer touching the ground. You're just kind of being held up in the air, and Galibar is just sort of moving around in motion with you. And it's like, okay, you're not really learning anything. You're just sort of
Galibar,
swinging around in the air.
Around, please.
After he notices he's doing it, he'll just put you down.
Thank you. I apologize to your feet. I'm sorry. Sorry.
He chuckles.
She's just gonna like, I'm sorry.
He chuckles, says, Elora, would you like to try?
Laura was kind of giggling a little bit more relaxed. I'm watching Inga dance with Galibar. Just like, I'll give it a shot.
Okay. All right. So the musicians start up again, the same waltz.
This time, Laura's going to cheat, though.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So as she tries and figures out where her hands are supposed to be, whatever, she'll kind of tippy-toe onto Galibar's feet, so she doesn't have to move herself. He only needs to dance.
Well,
Hey.
to be with her head near his chest level, she probably would have to. But
Yeah, you feel this. It's just kind of a mild pressure as sort of the toes of Elora's shoes, you know, step onto the top of your boots, Galibar, and she just gives you this grin, and you just shrug and go into the motion, and you dance around, and Jarlaxle looks and says, "Oh, quite remarkable. Galibar, Sir Galibar, you are a natural at this."
yes, as a gladiator, you get invited to plenty of gatherings. My mother drilled the information into my head.
I can see that your mother is an excellent teacher. And then Jarlaxle looks at Elora and says, or not at Elora, at Inca, and says, "Lady Inca, shall I have the musicians slow the pace, and I will count us through the steps? Would you like me to
Well,
demonstrate the steps of this particular dance to you?"
Yeah, but she seems very flustered at this point in time. She's just like, sure. Otherwise, I can just stand around and look pretty for the evening.
And
What? She's like, what?
Cheat! So kind of point down at her feet, like standing.
She
right
kind
on
of
top
looks.
Galibar.
She kind of looks over at Elora and then looks down at herself and looks over at Elora and goes, Elora, I weigh a lot.
All
Remember?
right.
Cow?
Also has hooves, which would dig into feet a lot.
Well, I
more.
have boots on.
Yeah.
I have the flying boots or whatever. I have on, but it's like she's still like stock from minotaurs, which are bulls, or
Mhm.
it's like, yeah, they have very dense muscles, and it's kind of they're not lightweight.
Not like
So-
Elora.
Yeah, hell, Inca could probably. She doesn't have very much strength, but she could probably pick up Laura.
I just-
Anyone
I
can
just
probably
think
pick up
it's-
Elora.
I kind of think it's funny that Galibar, being the barbarian, is the only one who knows how to ballroom dance in the party.
And
Oh, I think it's so funny.
He's not.
and he Jarlaxle will have the musicians after it's clear that or it's clear to Jarlaxle he thinks that Elora has us down cold, and obviously
By cheating.
Galibar knows what he's doing. So then, he claps politely when they reach the end of the piece. And then he goes over to the musicians and he says, "Now, can you play something similar, but at about half tempo? I want to show our Minotaur friend here, demonstrate the steps. And we want to take it a little bit slowly until she gets comfortable with the particular foot movements." And they're like, "Oh, all right, fine." And so they begin. It's not exactly the same piece of music, but you can tell it has that lilting style of a waltz,
Mhm.
but it is at about half of the tempo that the previous one was.
Okay.
And then he will say, "Now, simply watch my feet." And he goes out to the middle of the ballroom and he holds one hand up in the air and he holds his other hand as though it's around the shoulder of an imaginary partner. And he then makes his check, and he doesn't have a special performance check, so he starts off. And at first he goes and you can tell he is off time with the music. And it's because he's expecting it to be faster than it is. And he smiles and he blushes a little bit and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I told them to slow the tempo down, but I forgot that
She's kind of
I
like,
was supposed to."
okay.
And-
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they're both sitting there like, okay, yeah, uh-huh.
yeah. And he says, "Ballroom dancing is something that the nobility spend the formative years of their children's lives teaching them. From the time girls and boys in Waterdeep among the nobility are able to walk, their mothers and fathers are putting them in ridiculously expensive clothing and taking them to ridiculously fancy balls and expecting them to not be children but to prance around like they're some kind of trained ponies." It really is something to see the amount of time they spend on that here. But when we are in Waterdeep, we must do our best to fit in, right?
Right.
And so then he waits for a couple of verses of the song to go by, and he just gives the orchestra a wave to keep playing. And then he's going to try again demonstrating.
Okay.
And this time he just falls right into step. And you can see sort of how his one foot steps up and his other foot slides to the side, and then his other foot steps back a little bit, and then his foot slides over to it, and then that pattern repeats. And every time he does that, he kind of does about a quarter of a turn and moves maybe 6 to 8 inches to the side. And so you can tell that he is gradually sort of making a slow and lazy figure 8 around the room while he is gradually spinning around. And he says, and this is how couples will dance. They will travel around the ballroom and sort of turn slowly. And, he's just making very precise but a little bit exaggerated movements with his feet to show how they go. And he says, now, when your partner, because in the ballroom dancing they do here in Waterdeep, the male partner will lead. When your partner moves his feet, you have only to follow his movement. So when I move my 1 foot back, you move your foot forward to match it. And then when I slide my foot to my left, you slide your foot to the right. And this is how we maintain our position relative to each other as we move our way around the ballroom. Do you see?
A little.
And he says, would you feel up to trying it again
Sure.
at this tempo? Okay, and now you can make a performance check with advantage.
So 16?
Oh, yeah. And he's like, good. Very good. That's excellent, Lady Inca. This is okay. Now I need to go find the thing. Where do I change that on here? Yeah, I wonder why it's set to public. But I just noticed that the roles I did for Jarlaxle were whispered to the GM. But they were supposed to, it looks like on the character sheet, they're supposed to be public. Oh well. There's a toggle set wrong somewhere. Then, yeah, he's very encouraged by that. And you dance for an entire song, and you notice that as you dance for that entire song, you have done about 3/4 of a figure 8. And have traveled a good way across the dance floor and back. And, it's like you're concentrating a little bit and wow, okay, this is really different than those country dances that you are used to. It's not nearly as athletic, but because of the concentration required, you find yourself, feeling a little bit warm, just as you would if after you had been doing some reels or jigs or things like that. So,
okay.
At the end of the song, Jarlaxle takes a step back and he bows to you, and he brings your hand up to, or he bows his head towards your hand, and he just brushes a little kiss across the back of your hand, and he says, "Well done, my lady."
And she blushes. She's like, "Thank you for putting up with me."
And he sort of turns you towards the musicians, and he gives a little bow, and they all applaud politely.
Yeah, she's kind of like, yeah, of course she would applaud politely.
Yeah.
When Elora sees a little kiss that he placed on Inga's hand.
Oh yeah, he's not trying to hide, and it's yeah, and Elora may not. Yeah, Elora can think whatever she wants to about it. Galibar would look at that and go, "Yeah, okay, that's all the courtly stuff. It's nothing.
Elora will kind of like fan herself with a hand and make an ooh la la type of face at Inca just to tease her.
Inka will just look back at her and roll her eyes like,
All right. So, there can be at some point, Lady Silverhand would come in and she would ask if anyone needs help preparing for the ball. But as she's walking in, she sees Sir Galibar dancing with one of the ladies, going to the steps, and she puts her elbow in her palm and puts her fingers up on her chin, and she just watches Galibar, and a slow smile grows on her face as she watches Galibar dance. She seems to appreciate his twinkle toes on the dance floor.
Elora kind of whisper to Galibar and say, "I think someone wants to dance with you." She'll kind of give him a little winky. I'm real admiring your footwork either way, because it's definitely not mine. She's just still standing on his toes.
Who was it again that came in?
Lady Silverhand.
Okay. So she's admiring my dance moves.
Oh yeah. She's and you think that well, actually, make me an insight check, Galibar.
Yep.
Nope. Yeah, you're positive that actually Elora has it all wrong, and that the smile growing on Lady Silverhand's face is not a smile of appreciation, but that she is concocting some way to embarrass you at the ball. You're not quite sure how, but for some reason you think that she's smiling the smile of someone that's plotting a secret little joke. Nothing harmful, but maybe just something that she thinks is funny for whatever reason.
Galibar.
That's with an insight of a 1. What you get?
Galibar gives Lady Silverhand like a little bow and says, "Is there anything we can I can do for you, my lady?"
And she says, "Oh no, not right now. You're quite a lovely dancer, Galibar. I see that you and Jarlaxle have a good handle on helping the ladies get prepared. Lady Inca, Lady Elora, is there anything that I can help you with in terms of preparations for tomorrow night's ball, or are you all set with your costumes and your gowns and your masks and everything?"
I think so. I'll have it delivered here.
Oh, wonderful.
Galibar pulls out his dragon mask from the back from his bag and just puts it on. And it's like, "I have mine already."
Ooh, pretty.
It's a dragon mask made out of silver in the design of a silver dragon's face.
She's like, Inka's like, "Oh, you look so fearsome."
Elora only gasped like very loudly as she says, "My plants!" as she books out of the room right after Galibar pulls out a shiny, nice mask, thinking that she gasped for his mask.
And Elora's off to deal with the plants. So, while Elora is off to deal with the plants, I think we are going to take our break. And when we come back, we are going to pivot over to Oyohusa and see what Oyohusa is finding out when he is going off to do some more investigation about this news that Jarlaxle brought them. So, viewers, thank you guys so much for joining us today and for hanging out with us. I am going to bring the music back up, and I'm going to put the timer on, and we will return in about 10 minutes. If you have any questions for us between now and then, go ahead and leave those in the chat, and we will try to answer those before we resume our session after the break. Otherwise, I am going to mute myself and go get something to drink, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
I posted the style of mask in Discord. Except for it's silver, not gold.
So it's even more shiny.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I have a question. I have a really, really cool question.
What?
If someone were to pluck Galibar's scale off his skin one by one, how much torture would it be?
It would be ripping them off of his skin. Like, they're not... Most of them aren't smaller scales. They're like armor plating.
What if one of them was accidentally, hypothetically ripped off?
Did you... Were you trying to rip off one of his scales?
No.
Because that... He would definitely notice that.
I'm just curious.
It would probably hurt.
Okay, then Elora won't do it.
Yeah, that crap doesn't grow back.
Well, I mean, could shed.
He's not a reptile, though. He's a half
You have
dragon.
scales.
Yeah, he's a half dragon. He's not a full dragon. He doesn't have regeneration properties.
Aww.
Like reptiles, most reptiles in real life have some sort of regeneration. So like that's why they can lose a limb or lose a tail and it'll grow back.
And it'll grow back again.
Galibar doesn't have that.
He does have an Elora to heal him.
Yeah, but do you have regeneration?
No.
That's a spell.
I don't think so.
Like a 7th level spell, I think.
Then no.
That's what you need to regrow body parts.
It was close. Okay, anyway, I'll be right back. Don't get any funny ideas. Laura definitely was not going to try and do it.
Well,
Oyo, do you have a mask picked out?
yeah, he's got everything already.
My amulet of the devout is it really meshes well with my mask. I'm gonna have to get my mask enchanted.
Yeah, Oyo's basically going. I was kind of lazy, so I was just like, oh, so like David Bowie in the Labyrinth. That's what he's kind of look like, but it was a different mask and different colored clothing. I'm sure we'll describe each other what we're wearing and stuff when we go to the ball, but I think Oyohusa's gonna show up a little bit earlier and do some mingling.
And Galibar's already wearing his outfit.
I bet the ladies make a more dramatic later entrance.
So Oyohusa can ballroom dance.
Do what?
So Oyohusa can ballroom dance.
That is a thought.
Because you said, but he isn't the only one. So I'm wondering is.
Oyohusa was trained in all major city style dances on Toril. Part of his backstory.
How's your performance skill?
My performance skill, I get advantage and I double my proficiency.
For performance checks?
Yep.
Talk about the acting feat, the actor feat.
Nope. It's part of my character. For all charisma roll skills checks.
The only skills I have expertise in is athletics and intimidation.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot more I can explore with Oyohusa as a character that the party doesn't know. That's why it was kind of fun to like leave a lot of it up in the air, you know? So we could just drop little bits and bombs. Like today was awesome. I loved how like Galibar just dropped in some lore from Ivy's character's backstory. It's pretty cool. But yeah, the ball. Let me make sure we have plenty of time to play this all out. I know Ivy and Heather were looking forward to it. Probably you too, Chris.
Yeah, Galibar is not exactly a slouch when it comes to knowing how to properly interact with nobles and crap. He's been in Waterdeep for like 5 to 6 years now, and he's been to plenty of parties. So, as the champion, both as just a high-ranking competitor and a champion in the arena, he gets invited to crap. And his sponsor / mother trained him in how to act in the courts, or in the parties, and how to dance properly. But she didn't want to embarrass him to embarrass himself.
Could be a dumpster fire for Adam, and it's hilarious.
There's no reasons Galibar's mom wants to dance with him.
I can't believe you did that. Weren't you adamant? That's funny.
The only question is, should Oyohusa show up and like complete
Who should show up carrying his personal body bag?
his personal what?
His body bag.
Why?
So Elora could put him in it when he's done.
Oh, yeah. God, and then all this other stuff just got tagged on, and dude, even more reason for him to be like, nah, fuck this.
Gonna dump her at the prom. What's your...
After she gets told that her mother's trying to kill her. Literally the day after.
You got too much baggage. I'm out.
Now she's gonna have to stack heartbreak on top of that.
I mean, she's kind of used to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Too soon? Oh, okay. The only question is should Oyohusa go in this beautiful, like, obsidian outfit, or should he go in, like, a ruby outfit?
Obsidian, so you can blend into stuff when you have to, when you have to escape.
Or ruby, so we don't see the blood.
Well, it's like in honor of either Tatsumatsu, his sword, or his deity Sardor. Sardior. What would look better, you think?
Salad door.
Obsidian or ruby?
Obsidian would probably fit better. Plus,
Okay.
I'm not sure red is a color that would look good on Oyohusa.
Oh, it would, trust me. he would make sure it looked good.
Especially ruby red.
Yeah, I can even have my hair dyed.
Oh, you've got to bleach it because you have dark hair.
No, I could magically just have it change color, right?
I
It's
guess
magic.
Guy sell.
No, like literally just have it change colored. Somebody could do that, yeah.
Oh, all right, everybody. Have a good break.
You were just talking about
Yeah,
our
stra-
ball stuff.
Our strategy.
Okay.
I think Ivy had some ideas. You might wanna-
Good.
What?
Yeah.
We just
Who's
talked about
AFK?
Oyo might need to
You
wear
and-
the red suit so they don't see the blood.
You and Heather. I think Oyo's going to go a little bit sooner. He's going to do some socializing / see what his ears can pick up.
Yes.
At the ball,
Oyohusa.
but before, yeah.
Yeah, Oyohusa, after your conversation in the drawing room
Uh-oh.
there with your companions, they went off to find a ballroom to practice dancing, and it sounded like you were wanting to go off maybe somewhere into the city. So, where
Yes,
would
yes.
you? Yes.
Well,
Where would you like to head?
first off, he needs to find out a little bit of information and kind of like set the tone for things and to come. And then he also needs to just make sure his festivity clothing is ready to
Okay.
go. It was a bit of a very expensive pre-order, if you will.
Yes. If I recall, a few episodes ago, you found a tailor and had some of you had commissioned some fine duds for that. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, and also a jewel cutter.
Yes. And yes, and you. Which one of those would you like to visit first?
The
Tailor or the jewel cutter?
I think he'll on the way. It would make sense that he stops by and checks on his. Or would he do it on the? You know what? He would pick that up on the way back because he's got to bring it back. So if it's ready, so he'll go and he's off to search for probably at short notice. What? Can you tell me what the weather's like? What time of day it is? Kind of set the tone, the scene here.
It is that time of the afternoon when, it's kind of fall, so it's the sun goes down a little bit earlier. The sun is hanging in the western sky, and it's not quite started to get to the cool part of the early evening, but it's been about as warm as it's going to get, and you can tell that from here on now it's going to start to get cooler as the sun sinks lower towards the horizon. There's a number of people that are out and about. People look like they're mainly the people that work outside of their homes look like they are mainly heading to the markets or through the markets on their way home to pick up any kind of goods that they need, perhaps for the family dinner. There are children that are, playing at various games of hoops or balls or things like that in the street. The odd dog sniffling in a pile of garbage over there, the odd cat kind of wandering around looking for handouts over that way. Just sort of that's what you would see as you're striding through the streets of Waterdeep at this time of day.
He would probably make his way to the Yawning Portal. Might be the best place to meet on short notice, and he will go through the usual practice/channel of making sure that Hargaff knows that he needs to meet with him.
Okay. All right. So as you go to the Yawning Portal, it's they don't do much of an early dinner business. Their business usually picks up later dinner or after dinner as people are looking for evening entertainment. But the Yawning Portal is so big, there's always people there. And you would know Hargaff would not be someone that would want to meet on the main floor. He would probably want to sit in one of the balconies on the second or third level, kind of in an area where, kind of the shadows can swallow you all, and you can remain as inconspicuous as possible. It's just sort of the nature of what you both do and how you both operate. That
Right. So like that scene from Lord of the Rings where Strider's in the inn.
Exactly. And you know that he always has a tell, whatever disguise he's wearing. There's a certain thing that he always does. It's either a certain type of drink that he has or a way he positions his utensils at his place or something, so that you can just glance at it, and even before you see his face, yeah, that's him. So what are you looking for? What's that tell that you're looking for?
That tell, he always asks for a particular drink that nobody hardly ever orders.
Oh, okay. All right.
And he orders it to be mixed with another drink that nobody in their right mind would mix with.
Okay. And then you can recognize that because it's a distinctive color, or
right.
It's okay.
It has an aroma. It has a distinctive color. I might and if I heard it being ordered, I would know as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, this time of day, there's probably not enough custom to have people doing table service. So anybody that was sitting up here probably would have ordered at the bar and then brought their drink up here with them. So you go up to and kind of scan through, make a brief circuit of the second level, and you don't notice them. You go up to the third level, and then you see kind of off over in that corner over there, as you approach. Oh yeah, okay, there's that distinctive odor. And sure enough, you look and you see a person sitting near a window, and you kind of smile because Hargaff has seemed to have done it again. He's found a table where there's a bar of light that comes in from the window that's illuminating the table so that you can see his glass and you can see that distinctive color of the drink there. But he himself is kind of swallowed up in the shadows next to the window. And you can see just the outline of someone sitting there, but you would have to get a little bit closer. You can tell they have a hood on. You'd have to get a little closer before you can recognize it's him. But kind of as you approach, he leans forward and he pulls his hood back, and sure enough, it is Hargaff. And he says, "Hello, Oyohusa. It's good to see you. Obviously, I got your message."
As well. And he sits down.
You don't often have urgent business, but something has reached your ears that disturbs you, I take it?
Indeed. And he slowly pulls out a small piece of paper And he slowly slides it across the table as he says, I might be overreacting, but I want to be sure. Please, investigate this information and let me know everything that you can. I know that you have connections to the Xanathar, to the Underdark, and traitors from that region. I am not naive.
And he raises an eyebrow, and he just rests his hand on the paper. He doesn't go to open it. He doesn't do amateurish stuff like that. He'll look at it later, but he doesn't want to open it where perhaps prying eyes might see whatever is written on it.
I want you to tell me who is the leader of this house and what information you can obtain. I would be most grateful, and I would consider it a favor for a future favor.
And he kind of raises his eyebrows a little bit, and he picks up his glass and he takes a swallow, and he says, "Ooh, the leader of an Underdark house. What kind of trouble have you and your friends gotten yourselves into?"
I don't know exactly. That's why I need your help.
Hmm.
I've not spent
Yeah.
a lot of time down there.
Yes. Most people try to avoid it. It has negative effects on your life expectancy to spend too much time in the Underdark, especially if you are someone from the surface. And he says,
Do you
"Very
think
well.
that this would
I
be
will
an
do
issue?
this for you."
Do you think
No.
that this would be a problem?
A problem to investigate? No.
I imagine it will
Let-
not be without its dangers, and I would be cautious, my friend.
Let me ask you this. Is this information something that is of particular interest only to you and your companions? Or do you think that if I find anything juicy, it might benefit me to share some of the information with my master?
I believe that you will find your answer once you have dived into this matter and you will have your information. I trust your judgment.
Very well. My master, of course, has a... It's not exactly to say love-hate, because I don't think he truly loves anything other than that damned fish. But he has a power and paranoia relationship with the Underdark in general. He recognizes it as a potential base of power for himself and his kind. But he is also paranoid about those who rule there. And, as all of his kind share a paranoia about everything. But in this case, as someone from the surface, I find myself a little bit paranoid anytime matters of the Underdark drift too close in my direction.
This particular matter could have quite a bit of coin being thrown around for information and services, but I'm just not sure that I want the Xanathar getting involved. They might want to collect, depending on how valuable it is.
Ah, I see. Well, rest assured, if we find anything that seems to be a threat to the Xanathar, then you know how the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy may not be my friend, but they are less likely to stab me in the back today than my enemy is.
Let me be more frank. I am concerned that certain members of the guild will take it upon themselves to collect.
I see. I see. So perhaps someone from the Underdark looking for a bounty. Very well. I will make as discreet and as cautious inquiries as I can to avoid any suspicion being thrown my way or the way of anyone that people may think that I have known. There would be a lot of innocent people across the city of Waterdeep who could suffer very easily if someone in my guild thought I were trying to hold a bounty for myself or keep information from them.
That is exactly why I told you to be careful.
Good. Well, it's good that you
If
Go
you're
ahead.
having second thoughts, tell me now.
No second thoughts. In fact, I was hoping to run into you tomorrow at the ball. Of course I will be there. And of course, in the guise of one of my legitimate employers. But now that we have had a chance to talk here, I should tell you, news has come to me from Baldur's Gate. Specifically from the upper city and in the area near or in the vicinity of Van Thamper Villa. A person that you and I know, a mutual acquaintance, or I should say, one of the many disguises that we know this mutual acquaintance wears. Someone matching her description has been seen of late near Van Thamper Villa in the upper city of Baldur's Gate. Seems that perhaps she has found a regular place to prowl. I just thought you might like to know.
Well, she would not. She would not let herself be known unless she wanted to. This is very peculiar. I have not seen her since the attack on the city.
Yes, there are several people that I think, several contacts, especially among the merchant caravans, folk that I know who play the dangerous game of being double agents for both her organization and mine. And I think that our mutual friend is no fool. she knows who those agents are as well. I believe if there's anyone she suspects would be one of my contacts, she might be willing to reveal herself to them so that word could get back to me. Because I'm sure that she knows that if word gets back to me, it would get back to you.
Indeed, that means that she's looking for me. Why do you think that is?
Well, perhaps looking for you, or perhaps just wanting to let you know that she's alive.
Hmm. It's never that easy with her.
Maybe waiting for you to make the next move. Of course, I understand you have responsibilities these days. Responsibilities to the city, to your friends, and to the great task laid out before you. Responsibilities thrust upon you by those damnable Githyanki.
That's two bad newses in one day. No, she's up to something. I don't know what it is, but we didn't exactly leave on good terms, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure if you know as much as I think you know, or if you know more, but we definitely have a history.
My friend, I make it a point to never pry into the private relationships of my contacts unless I believe it will bring me monetary gain. And I could see nothing but strain on our relationship and possible emotional pain for you if I pried too deeply into your relationship with our friend. What you do behind closed doors and who you do that with is not my business.
Oh, he was just going to come out and say her name.
Okay. Out of character, do you remember that?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Zona does not idly sit by and waste her time. So if she is looking for me, or wants me to know where she is, she's warning me. But to what ends, I do not know.
And yet, if she knows you as well as I think I know you, if she's trying to warn you, then making her presence known is a great way of luring you in order for you to find out what's really going on. So is she trying to warn you away from her, or is she trying to warn you away from Waterdeep?
Why? What troubles me is, but why Baldur's Gate? Why not come here now and warn me in person?
Well, there's things are better between the Zenithar Guild and the Zentarum, the Black Network. But my master does hold grudges. If she thinks that she's somehow known as an agent by my master, she may want to not risk getting too close. His eyes float all through the city, as you are no doubt aware.
That is most true. He does basically rule the underworld in this city. You've all but run out the Zenithar. I'm sorry, the
Zentarum.
Zentarum.
Yeah. The ones who are left here now are still Zentarum in name, but not much of their guild's business actually happens in Waterdeep because I think the leadership of the Zentarum has learned that anything told to agents in Waterdeep comes to the Zenithar very quickly. So it exists in name here, but for all practical purposes, it's fairly nearly dead. Unless they have gotten a lot more clever than even my master gives them credit for.
Do you think that maybe you could look into this matter as well as an additional favor?
Oh, trust me, my friend. I have already asked for verification from someone else who is traveling to Baldur's Gate, leaving tomorrow. I expect that when their ship docks in Baldur's Gate, this merchant friend of mine, actually, he's not a merchant friend, he's a servant to a wealthy merchant that has business in the upper city. He will look for the description I have given him, and I will get a message back soon enough. I want to know for my own sake. Because, of course, I owe it to my master if there's any threat to him from her activities. You must understand, I have to approach this as business.
I understand. I will be attending the ball as a mere formality, but I decided some time ago that I might as well try to enjoy it. So I went all out on my costume. You'll notice me. If you need me, I will be in a particularly black costume. You'll know it when you see it.
Well, good. I'm glad we were able to talk before the ball, and that I didn't have to trouble you with news that might be upsetting during the dance. I look forward then to tomorrow night. I hope perhaps that I will have a chance to dance at some point with one or both of your lady companions that have joined your group. I've never danced with the Minotaur before. That should be an interesting experience.
You know, she's a bit rough around the edges at first, but if you let her get to know you, she is a wonderful person. I think that she would like it.
Well, I look forward to it then. And he finally finishes his drink, and he just very smoothly slips that paper that he's been holding onto off of the table and into an inner pocket of his coat.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stands up And does Oyohusa stand up or remain seated?
He remains seated for about 10 more minutes before he leaves.
Okay.
It's pretty customary.
And Hargaff will just pull his cloak up and his hood up, and he will say, "Until tomorrow, then." And he turns and he walks towards the stairs leading down to the lower levels. All right. So, after about 10 minutes, you will leave there, and then on your way back to, or I guess, were you headed back to Lady Silverhand's estate by way of picking up things, or did you have somewhere else you wanted to go before you headed back there?
Yes, he'll go by. What was the name of that shop that he went to? He'll stop by there, and then he'll kind of grab his costume that's kind of covered up so nobody knows what it looks like, and and then packaging, and he'll
Okay.
make his way back to Silverhands.
Okay. Yes. What was the name of that shop? That is, of course, that's the danger of having a long-running campaign like this, is that you sometimes forget what the names of places you make up are. So let's go back to the notes. Notes. Do. Oh goodness. All right. Yeah. I don't know that I wrote that down. I probably put it somewhere,
That's okay.
but I'd have to hunt for it. I don't remember what the name of the shop is. But anyway, you head in there and you find, are you going by the jewelers or the tailors first?
It was an order. It was two separate like orders, but it was supposed to be put together at the
Oh,
shop.
okay. All right. So yes, you go by the tailors and you find that everything is ready, and they will offer you a little private booth for a fitting to make sure that everything is adjusted properly.
Mm-hmm. Does everything fit correctly?
Oh, yeah, it's this tailor is really good. All the measurements were just right, and it feels loosely comfortable in the places you'd like it to be loose, snug in the places that you'd like it to be snug without being too tight. Doesn't restrict your movement, and it's not bulky at the same time. It feels like it has some substance to it, and yet it doesn't feel heavy. It's very well made.
Okay. Oyo goes and comes down. You
Okay.
outdid yourself on this. This is marvelous. I'll take this off, and please package it up for me and nicely. And I think we agreed that this would be a piece that I would wear to the ball, and that you could then sell to the highest bidder if anyone wanted the latest fashion. If I'm not mistaken, we did agree for me to deposit a 5,000 gold fee, correct?
Yes. And yes, when when this is returned after the ball, I'll return your deposit. But yes, this would be a fantastic opportunity. I know that there's a purveyor of magical items in the north side of the city. Fellow fastener or fasteme or something like that. That he was able to sell on consignment armor from the former champion of the arena some months ago. Made a killing on it. And I believe she was one of your companions. So selling something worn at the ball by one of the heroes of Waterdeep would be, yes, should demand a great price.
Very well. And Oyo pulls out a big, huge bag with platinum coins in it.
Okay.
And gives him, what was that? It's like 500 platinum.
Yeah. Plunks those down, and he has an assistant who boxes up in really fancy packaging. It's like one of those really fancy clothiers or haberdashers where everything, all the clothes you buy are in a box, and the box is like velvet lined on the inside and leather bound on the outside, and has gold leaf lettering or design on it, and then holding the box together are ribbons of silk, very tasteful, not gaudy. And so all of this is prepared, and he has another assistant that's kind of the handles the cash drawer, and they very, very kindly take the money as you count it out, and they set it aside. And then he says, do you need any assistance getting this home, or you?
No, I can take care of it myself. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful.
Did the
yes.
mask come out all right? I know that it was a particularly difficult piece.
The mask, it's magnifique. You are going to be the envy of everyone at the ball, I dare say.
Thank you. Very well. I will try to enjoy it, and if anybody asks me who made it, I will definitely make sure to tell them exactly where I had it made.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
And he takes his stuff and he goes back to Silverhand's.
Okay. All right. So you guys head back to Lady Silverhand, and you arrive, and everyone else except for Adamant would be there, right? Or Galibar, as it gets closer to dinner time, Galibar would go back to his mother's for dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So probably by the time you get back to the Silverhand estate, Galibar has already left. But then there's a nice dinner. The three of you are allowed to dine together, and you're invited to Lady Silverhand's table, but it's an open invitation. It's not like a command invitation. So would you dine as a group together, or would you dine with her, or what would you? what would you do?
And I would probably eat with the group if they
Plants.
were doing it.
Eat in the garden with the plants.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. So
Don't
I
forget
forgot
your
about
duck.
that. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, that can happen after dinner. That's fine.
Okay. So, yeah, the three of you. Then would we say that you all just take your dinner out in the garden?
That would be nice.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm
there's
guessing afterwards that Inko would have probably followed Elora after Advent left, Oyohusa left, Galibar going to go see his mom. Yeah.
okay.
I don't know though. Did I hit the nail on the head, Inka?
What?
What?
Hit what head?
Yes.
Would
Yeah.
Inca have followed Elora out to the garden after
Yes.
the boys all left?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, you get back. Oyohusa, I presume you would want to go stow your boxes in your room, and then as you go around looking for the ladies, you hear they're out in the garden.
Indeed.
And as you get out there, they have found a nice little area. It's a part of the garden where it's a flower garden, and there's some green space set up and a few tables set around. It's kind of near the structure of the house itself. But it's clearly an area that's set up where people come out and enjoy the fresh air. And the way the house is situated, this evening you kind of have a little bit of a shade of the house, but you can just see the reds and pinks of the sunset as they wash over the flowers out there. And all different kinds of colors and everything of flowers. It's very nice. There's a little soft drone of some of the insects, like the bees that are going from flower to flower over there. The whatever flowers they are that bloom in the fall, and before they make seed for the winter. And then some servants will come out and they will ask if you want your dinner brought out here, and they'll take your order, and then they walk away, and now it's the three of you just sitting at the table there.
Your
Mm.
your trip.
Nothing.
What?
Okay, you guys are kind of breaking up.
No, I said 1 second. I was sure really something hot. Ow. Before Oyohusa's even a part of the scene, Elora would want to have conversation with Inkas first.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yes, all the famous details and the beautifulness and everything. Elora will turn to Inka and say, "How'd you like the garden? It looks really nice. Really nice. Look at the flowers. They're already blooming. They even shriek for joy. Even the bees are having a wonderful time." And she kind of holds out her finger for a bee, and then she kind of raises up to Inka, saying, "Look, he's happy. He's doing a little butt dance."
And with that, Inca's like, a butt dance. And she flicks an ear as it gets buzzed by something.
Oh, yes. I'm not a master on animals, but I do know my plants. But I do know that bees do this little dance when they're happy, and they go pollinating, and they chime for other bees, and they're do 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 do. It's almost like the ballroom dance. You go around in circles, and you wait for more people to join in, so you can all have fun. Talking with
And,
Ball.
and
really
about that point in
dancing.
time, Inka's face just kind of turns pink at the discussion of dancing. She's just like, oh. Today was not a good day.
But you dance better than me. She kind of chuckles as she.
I don't like
as
these
she
slow
turns nervous.
dances. I don't like these slow dances. I like my country jigs, thank you.
You have to teach me one of those.
Well, it's kind of hard without a group of people that know how to do it. And
So
those
what you're
type of
saying is
dance-
you won't teach me.
No, I will teach you. It's just unfortunately I have to first find a group of people that know how to dance it. Because you have to have a minimum of 4 people to dance some of these dances.
Maybe the people in Undercliff that we've been looking for houses maybe know a thing or two about the country dances.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it one bit. So, because they're not noses in the air, high and mighty rich people.
She kind of chuckle and say, "Oh, what is that kiss getting to you?"
What kiss?
Laura will chuckle a little bit more and says, "You know what kiss I'm talking about."
And Inka just looks at her absolutely oblivious. She's just like, what kiss? I
Laura
don't
will like
understand.
think for a moment, like the other guy. She kind of like bows down a little bit, grabs Inka's hand, and kind of raises it to her mouth, trying to reenact
Oh.
the scene.
Oh, that. Oh, no. It takes a lot more to sway me than that. That's not a kiss.
Oh, that's not a kiss. Oh, I have a
Not.
question.
What?
Well, I know that this is a little bit off topic, but it kind of revolves around the ball, too. Are you gonna dance with them? Oh, are you gonna just getting kissed?
Dance with who?
Feather dude! Mr. Mysterious.
I'm a little lost. I don't understand.
What's his name again?
Jarlaxle.
Okay, Jarlax.
Oh.
I was gonna say.
Well, if he wants to dance with me and comes and asks, I guess I will.
I bet you can swoon with those wonderful dance moves this time.
Cat, stop chewing on my. Sorry. All of a sudden, I hear this crunch, 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 crunch. He's chewing on my headphones cord.
I was worried that you could hear me eat. Oops.
No.
Well, I wonder if Olu will ask to dance at the ball. I'm not sure. He didn't really seem that interested.
I get a feeling that it's going to be more. He's there to do business than and have enjoyment.
Well, we all should have some enjoyment, no?
I would hope so, but you know how he is.
Big
Mr.
moody
Serious.
mungus. Mr. Serious indeed. Oh, and about that too. That date we went on, that was just a stand-up. It wasn't actually a date. He told me it on the bot. It was quite confusing.
Well, he's a confusing person. Just don't know what to tell you some days about him. He's interesting. It's kind of hard to read him some days. He's definitely a very good rogue, I guess you would call him. He likes to make you think that you didn't say something when you did. He's very good at that.
kind of tap her nose a bit, trying to think, and says, "Give me an example of what you mean. I'm not sure if I quite follow."
Well, you try to corner him on something he said, and he tries to turn your words back on him to make him like that's not what you really said, or that maybe not what he really meant, or something like that. So,
The perfect example is that date thing. He said that he wanted to take me out to the date, but then I was just to cover for him to sit there and eat peanuts while he has fun with this other lady, apparently.
mm,
But like, a date's between two people. It's meant for you and that person. Even in the drought culture, with female having lots of male partners, a date is something special to reward the male for good behavior.
mm.
So did
Well,
I do something wrong?
no, it's not you, it's him.
What if he brings another person to the ball with him?
Then we can always find a way of pouring wine down her dress. Or on him.
Wait, the lady, she probably doesn't know better. Almost like me in the scenario of waiting by the bar for him whenever he got back from his second date. Well, his cover-up, but still.
Pretty much. Pretty much. So, I don't know. It's confusing sometimes, so I just would leave it alone. Let things happen as they may.
About that, I have a favor to ask. She kind of smiles like a little bit embarrassingly.
Like what? I'm asked.
So, you know how I can be a little not talkative or showing my action.
Lightly?
I really want him now to have some enjoyment of the ball and to actually dance, because that is a big thing about balls. If I know anything about balls, it's everyone having a good time dancing, chatting, things like that. And how are you going to go to a ball and not dance? So, but I can't ask him. I physically can't. I mentally can't. You think this can ask him? She kind of like waves herself over and then like over in a general area, like knowing you were meeting him.
And she's Ninka's just like, I don't see why you would have a problem asking him. Just come out and say, hey, you want to go on a date? Want to go to a dance? Something?
No, it's not that simple, Inka. If you've seen a very handsome minotaur just charming, running around with really handsome eyes and really, really nice facial hair and nice beautiful ears, I don't think that you would just go up and ask him, hey, do you want to dance with me? No, with a bunch of people around to hear you and see you get rejected.
Well, if he rejects me, then he gets the horns. So, yeah, no worries. Actually, it'd be more like I would ask him.
Oh, if he says no, I should whip him.
I wouldn't whip somebody just because they say no.
Well, you said that you'll give him his horns, like your equivalent to your horns is my whip.
When I say horns, sweetie, I'm talking about like I will give him a tongue lashing and then make him feel about 2 inches tall. I wouldn't actually like physically hurt him.
Oh.
I would just shame him.
So we're gonna chain people now?
About this time, you just see Inka just close her eyes like, oh God, not the right words to use.
Not with drought culture. No, you're not.
And Inka's like, Minotaur culture is very... we live in the moment. so to speak. We don't do a lot of plotting and planning. We don't do that kind of stuff, at least in the village we never did. And it was, if somebody approaches you to ask you to dance or something like that, in our, she's kind of fumbling a little for words here. She's like, well, in our village, we kind of have the custom of at least giving the other person one dance to prove themselves, I guess would be the word. To prove if they were a good enough partner to go around a second time. And or at least just out of nothing more than a courtesy to say thank you for the attention that you have shown to me, and after that, if there's not an ask for a second dance or whatnot, then it's not to pursue it farther. It's not to go farther. It's just thank you for the dance. Thank you for your appreciation of paying attention to me just a little bit, and then you release them to go off to do something else. So that's just kind of the way it is, I guess, from where I'm at. But again, just, it's a different culture thing.
She'll continue to look and then process what you're saying. And then she'll turn to the plants again and says, tulips and daisies never really got along because things are different, but they always like migrating towards each other.
And Oyohusa, as you approach, you hear this observation from Elora about tulips and daisies. And Inca and Elora, there's sound of footsteps on the lawn approaching.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, hey, there comes Oyohusa.
Oh, look. It's the troublemaker.
Yeah.
Oh, your opinion. And she'll kind of like
Walks
reach
out,
over and like grab his wrist and says, come here.
He
Inca
walks
gives
over.
him a bit of a, I am so sorry, look.
What's for dinner?
Food.
She'll reach down in the dirt and she'll pull up some dirt with one of her hands and she'll like raise it to Oyohusa and say, look, it's so clean now. It's so much better. They added a little like actual
Added manure.
Oh,
Make sure you give it a lick.
did. She kind of like brushes it off her
About this
hands.
time, Inca's like, oh, for Christ's sake.
Right.
Or a cow. Manure is.
What would it have been like? Is Elora been secretly collecting Inca's chamber pots
Disgusting.
last few days, throwing them in the garden?
That really is disgusting, dude.
Anyway, you'll sit down.
Moving right along from that.
Right.
Yeah, you think you're so funny.
It looks like I got the tail end of this conversation.
We're just talking about the possibilities of stuff at the ball.
Hmm.
Okay, back to what I was saying.
Are
Tulips
you
and daisies
ladies?
are always connected to each other, but then there's a better match, which is like roses. Even though roses are really feral and they only have one purpose and they really hurt, but then they get connected to this type of flower, and she'll like basically ramble on. She kind of like walks away, kind of around.
Meanwhile, Inca kind of looks over at Oyohusa like, Just this. Okay, here we go.
I have something nice to say. I picked up my costume earlier.
Hmm. And how does it look?
I think that I have outdone myself.
Oh, really?
Well, not me per se, more like the craftsmen who put it together did, but
Mm-hmm.
it is incredibly expensive, and I agreed that I would, how do I say, rent it for the ball, and that they may sell it to a collector who might like the fashion.
This collector stuff. I mean, it must have been before I got here because before I joined your group because everybody's talking about selling stuff that can be resold because it was worn by you guys. I guess I just don't understand.
Well, you weren't here. You don't, of course, you don't understand. But I have no doubt that in time your name will carry great admiration.
Hmm. Well, if you say so.
I am curious, did you ladies handle your affairs in regards to your costumes? I hope that you're not waiting to the last minute.
No, I'm doing okay. I just I had to go get something out of storage, I guess you could say, from the last time that I was here, which was years ago, I guess. So,
Are you looking forward to the ball?
hmm, a little makes me miss home.
You might
Fair.
meet a very handsome minotaur there. You never
From a
know.
little bit of lays away and says, "Are you guys still listening?"
Yes, yes, yes. We're listening.
And she'll go back to rambling about the plants.
So she's just like, I don't, I'm not looking for, she just kind of seems a little flustered, like she's just not quite sure what to say about all of that. So,
Well, I'm sure that you're definitely going to get some attention, wanted or not.
mm, so you think, huh?
Huh, at these types of things, I know so.
Alrighty then, if you say so. That's about all I can say to that.
I'll probably be going a little bit early, just to get a feel for the surroundings and meet a few old acquaintances and try to get the pulse of the city, if you will.
Okay. Well, that would be good.
It might be fun to find if we can find each other, since we don't really know what each other's masks look like.
Very well, we could, you know.
Maybe Galibar showed his mask to them.
I would prefer to keep it a little bit quiet, just a surprise, I guess. So yes, I would like to see if you can find me.
That sounds fun. Callie, what are we having for dinner? What is What shows up?
I don't think it really matters. It's whatever you guys order.
Is it like
that
the Queen
they-
of England's house is always poached salmon?
It's as we've said before, the estate is part residence and part business thing, and so there's kind of the kitchens are always going at all hours of the day and night, because there's not only the residents but the official guests, and then also the staff to feed and whatnot. So there's usually a couple of different things available at any hour of the day or night. Some, from salads to full entrees to cooked vegetables or, soups or some kind of confection for dessert, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever, however much or however little you all want to eat, you can get something.
Oh yeah, it's just kind of using polite manners, and he's kind of cutting through some fish, and
Okay.
he's saying, I wonder what Adamant is up to.
I know. I really don't know.
It's probably like the moss here. Non-existent and very upset because of new changes.
Well, all right then. Tell us how you really feel.
Oh, and she kind of blushes. She realizes how mean that kind of sounds. Like, no, not that, not that way. Like, I mean, like he isn't here at the moment. He's not here, so he's not existing here. But he's still thriving in other places. That's what I meant. She'll kind of like bite herself.
I hope you're not that rude in front of Galibar's mom tomorrow evening, or the next day that we have it.
Yeah, that's afterwards, isn't
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to meeting his mom. Why would I be mean to his mother?
Well, no reason. It's just I find it that it would be amusing. He speaks very much of her, and what do you think? What do you think we should expect?
Laurel would get away close up in Oyohusa's face and like kind of squint, trying to intimidate him a bit, and says, I think Galibar's mother is a sweetheart. She invites us over to dinner. She kind of pulls away a bit and she dances around and says, I really hope she has a good garden. Like a good garden that like actually works properly before I come here. My spell book! My book! She'll kind of like run around and she'll try and find her book somewhere in the garden.
Okay, well, yes, this being the gardens, druids kind of have an innate sense of where to go in nature, and you remember the pathways, and you quickly head over towards the garden shed where basically the master gardener and his staff work. And as you approach the shed, you see there's a little light in one of the windows from a lantern inside. And as you walk up towards the door, you notice that this door is kind of like one of those split doors where you can open the top half and keep the bottom half closed. And so as you walk up, you see that top half is open and the light from the lantern is spilling out. And you see the master gardener in there, and he's got your book there opened, and it's almost on the last page. And he has 2 or 3 notebooks that the one that he's writing in is, pages full of very neat handwriting as he's either writing down notes or copying things from your book into these notebooks, which are apparently his. So you see him at work as you walk up.
As he's almost done, she'll kind of quietly sneak a little bit of a way to run back to the kitchen to grab something to eat, like a big tray of food, because he's probably been working himself hard on trying to copy down everything that she had in her book.
Okay,
So
make a quick stealth check as you decide to move away and head back to the kitchens.
Aha!
Okay. Yeah. There's no reaction as far as you can tell. You're pretty sure he had no idea you were there. So yeah, you come back. Anything in particular you would bring for him, or just a plate of whatever they have available?
She would bring back a lot of like fruits and things like that, but also like good meats and probably a good sandwich on the side with toast, almost like the herbal like toast, and then some really good tomato, bacon, egg, like all that. Even though it's not really dinner, it's more of like a breakfast, but I
Okay.
still think that he would still enjoy it. Some French toast,
Okay.
some raspberries, strawberries, kiwis.
Okay, so you come back. Actually, upon hearing your order, they insist on sending a servant with you with a tray. And you come back, and the servant is walking along. So Oyo and Elora, or Oyo and Inca, you saw Elora run off that way, then you saw her run by that way. Now she's walking back the way she went the first time, and a servant is going along with her carrying this tray full of food. And then you, Elora, get to the shed where the gardener is once again. And he is now just on the final page of your book. And it looks like he is getting very near the end of the notes that he's making.
She'll kind of smile happily and say, "Knock, knock, I'm coming in. I'm not letting myself in." She'll kind of reach over and unlock the door from the inside.
And
If
he
it's locked or
jumps.
not, but-
He jumps a little bit. Oh, Lady Elora, and he scrambles to stand up, and he says, "Oh, it's a pleasure, such a pleasure to see you." And then he looks at the servant, and kind of looks a question at the servant, and the servant brings the tray over and sets it down and begins putting plates over there. And
I should have said we're letting us in.
Lady Elora, this is most pleasant. Are you taking your dinner here?
This is for you. I was watching you work, and I thought it was admirable. So I know that you were probably working very hard, and I gave you a lot of extra work to do it. And apologizing for insulting the gardens at the first time, and being very rude and very too talkative. And I'm oh my god, I'm talking too much again. I'm sorry. Just thank you.
My lady, he says, and he takes his hat off of his head. He's got this kind of crumpled little work hat that he takes off of his head, and he holds it over his chest, and he just sort of gives you a little bow. He says, "Oh, my lady, you are too kind. Thank you very much. This looks wonderful. And I truly had no idea." And he says, "As I saw your notes on the flowers, I realized that we've never had proper training from anyone that knew the least thing about druidcraft. And after seeing your notes, I think I am going to recommend to Lady Silverhand that she put in the management of the estate that all future gardeners should have training from a druid, because it's just remarkable what I was able to learn about how we could indeed increase the yield and make the flowers look brighter and change the mood of the people visiting the garden by what we plant and where we plant it and how we plant different flowers and different vegetables in relationship with each other, and how our choice of flowers can even affect the animal life around, from the types of pollinators we will attract to the sorts of pest insects that can be kept away if we choose to plant strategically certain crops at different areas around the garden. This is remarkable. I have studied the craft of gardening from other mundane gardeners for 4 decades and never knew half of this information.
Well, normal humanoids cannot tell what the plants are actually saying to you. Have you ever asked a plant how it's feeling or who it likes to be neighbors with? And she'll kind of chuckle as she kind of like picks up a plant and says, "Do you like it in here? Does it seem really nice? I know it's a little bit damp, but you like it damp." She'll kind of like stroke the back of one of the petals.
And he looks and he says, "My lady, I do not have the gift of the spark of magic. I do understand that obviously druids have a language that they can communicate with the natural world, and I hear tell that some wizards or sorcerers are able to learn how to listen to the beasts of the forest and the plants of the field, but I do not have that gift, no, sadly."
Well, not hinting towards something, but I think I can help with one more thing, dude, if you accept my apology.
"Oh, my lady, yes, and of course I accept your apology, and please understand that from my perspective, I feel like you owe us no apology. You were offering us helpful guidance, and indeed I can see how much help you have offered us just by allowing us to look at this reference." And
Just the
he
improvements already is remarkable. Like the soil, it's turned daily, I'm guessing, and it's getting so much better. And like the flowers are starting to bloom, they're starting to repopulate even faster than it was yet like last time that I saw. It's a job
Yes.
well done.
"Oh, well, thank you. And he beams. He seems truly pleased that you're happy with the progress they have made and in implementing some of the information that they have gained from the book. But yes, he'll tell you how even though he's not able to talk to the plants or is not able to understand what the plants are telling him in their language, your notes have allowed him to have a better insight on how to read what the plants are experiencing by, more carefully examining, their leaves and their petals and those types of things. And so, he will eventually allow as how in sort of some very crude way, you have helped him to better understand the language of the plants, and that will definitely be a big help going forward.
And she'll kind of gasp, reminding about something. Oh, right, I visited Undercliff today, and some of the farmers there has been getting really bad trades with some of the soil. And I just want to remind you, do not get soil from the Underdark, even if it's royal soil, because even the royal soil, which is really rich and things like that, it holds a lot of demonic properties and it attracts a lot of unwanted creatures. Like, what was those things called again?
Oh, that big, the Ubalex.
Yeah, and it attracts the Ublexes and other possible really bad creatures, and one of them actually bit me the other day, and she kind of like shows like one of the marks on her arm, which is still healing. Like, yeah, that was
And he
not very well.
Oh my goodness. Well, I will definitely be on the lookout. That is very. There are gardeners from not only here in Waterdeep, but other places who will jump at anything that sounds exotic. I think what you have reminded us is that just because something sounds exotic doesn't mean it is always beneficial or helpful. I will definitely keep that in mind and make sure that we do not fall prey to at least that particular fault.
Laura seems really happy and says, "Who says old dogs can't learn new tricks?" And she'll kind of giggle happily.
Call them old.
And well,
Horny
he is
knows it.
he is a gray-haired human, and when his hat is off, he's balding on top and whatnot, and he gives you a grin and he says, "Well, my old pappy, the gods bless his soul, he used to say every day that if you go to bed at night and you haven't learned anything during the day, then you might as well be dead. So I always try to learn something new, and I think the garden is a wonderful place for that, because you can always find out interesting things by seeing what the plants are doing and what the various different insects and other things are doing. But now I will know how to see a whole new level of the language and what the plants are trying to tell me by just reading from my notes what I learned from your book about how to tell the condition, the desires, and the needs of the plants. Thank you again, my lady."
They kind of give a little curtsy and seems really happy about herself. And it's like, well, you finished with that page, then you start eating. You really did deserve it.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And he sits down and he finishes his notes, and then when he does, he takes a long last look at your book, and then kind of very reverently, he gently closes your book, and he picks it up in his two hands, and he turns and holds it in his palms, and he holds it out towards you, and he says, "Thank you very much, my dear."
The smile say, "Be careful, I know it's a little bit heavy." And she'll kind of chuckle and grab it from him and shove it in her bag.
Okay, and then he very with a great deal of gusto, now he closes his notebooks and sets those off to the side, And he begins pulling the plates over, and he says, do you want to stay and talk, or are you going to head back into the house?
Me and my friends, well, some of them are out in the garden, still evaluating everything and making sure everyone's okay. So I best go back to them because they've been getting really angry with each other recently. It's always
Oh.
like, oh no, Oya's gonna do something. Oh no, Inga said something to me. Ugh, drama.
Drama. Yes. Well, thank you again so much, Lady Elora. It's been a pleasure. He
Pleasure to
he puts his napkin down like a bib, tucks it into his shirt, and he looks at a couple of different plates, and then he quickly grabs one of the pieces of toast and puts some jam on it, and he starts to bite that and closes his eyes, and he's got a happy smile as you walk out as he's beginning to eat.
Oh, and remember, for the ball tomorrow, make sure it's the most freshest, and then Miss Silverhand's going to be absolutely delighted.
Oh, right you are, my lady.
She'll kind of chuckle and say, "Enjoy." She'll kind of lock the bottom door again, not shut the top door, but close it most of the way so no one can see him just looking in. But the light's
Okay.
still on, so they'll know that someone's in there possibly, but giving
Yeah.
them a little bit more privacy.
Okay. And so you return back to Inca and Oyohusa.
Prepping for the bickering to start.
Okay, now, let me double check. We have about half an hour left, so let me double check. Oyo and Inca, anything in particular you all have left to do, or
No.
are you ready for the ball at this point?
Pretty much ready for the ball.
And I heard something potentially about logistics that both Inca and Oyohusa brought up. Does it sound like you all are planning to travel separately to the ball and perhaps even leave from separate places going to the ball so that you're not all going to be traveling together and obviously arrive together and know therefore what each other are wearing?
Yeah.
Go in. I will say that Inca has ordered her own carriage.
Okay. All right.
Who's gonna protect my Elora?
I mean, you can go with Galibar. He's taking his mother.
Yeah, but he's with his mother, and she's scared of her mother right now because, like, she hasn't met her yet, and she wants to make a really good first impression, not showing up randomly at your doorstep saying, "Hey, take me."
Well, you can always ask Adamant when he comes back.
Or if you're at Lady Silverhand's estate, you can go when Lady Silverhand goes. You can go with her, unless for some reason you don't want Lady Silverhand seeing your gown before you go.
There, I'll think of it.
Okay. All right.
Is there a chance Galibar would be able to get a hold of somebody with sending?
Oh, certainly. Before the ball happens.
Yes, before
Yeah.
the ball, because he kind of wants
Yeah.
to know something quick.
Yeah, sure. You can find. Yeah, you could find somebody with sending even if you went back during the next day. If you went back to Lady Silverhand's estate, or if you went by the Blackstaff Tower or something like that, you could find somebody with
Yeah,
sending.
He wants to try to see if he can get in contact with his sister
Okay.
and
All
find
right.
out where the tribes are beforehand.
Okay. If you have a specific message, put that in a PM, and then I will think of a response for that and get something back to you. All right. And Oyohusa, other than getting all dressed, you're ready for the ball, and you obviously then would be going at a separate time or from a separate location.
He'll leave from here and he'll have his own carriage.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Wonderful.
I just assumed that, like, since we're ambassadors,
Yeah.
that we
I
would
mean,
have our own transportation if we so desired it.
oh, sure. Absolutely. And in fact, when Lady Silverhand hears that each of you are planning to go separately, she gets kind of excited because she seems to understand that at least some of you want to maintain some secrecy about your costume, and she thinks that's great fun. And she promises that she will have she will do her best to try to determine who you are by what you're wearing at the ball. And she asks if any of you are planning to travel with her, or if all of you would like for her to keep her costume a secret so you can try to figure out who she is as well.
Kerr to
She
make sure
seems
that
open
Laura
either
gets
way.
there safely.
Okay. And she will tell you, Lady Elora, we can order a carriage for you. I can have a driver or bodyguard go with you, or I believe that Jarlaxle was planning on traveling with me, but perhaps if you would prefer, he could accompany you.
Elora will kind of go stiff for a moment and says, I'll find one of my group to escort me to the ball. So the guards and stuff aren't necessary, but thank you for the offer.
Lady
she's
Silverhand,
Kind
if I
of
may.
wondering how much Axel told people already or not.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, make an insight check. Elora, make an insight check.
What?
Yeah, okay. You don't really get a reading. You can't tell whether Lady Silverhand has any kind of inkling that there's anything going on, or whether she's just kind of making a presumption because you're a drow and he's a drow. Whether you don't know where that comment came from.
Place.
Yeah. So,
Lady Silverhand, if I may.
Yes, Lord Oyohusa.
I would be honored, now that I think about it, if I may accompany you to the ball. I know that you will arrive earlier than most, since you are a, how do I say, special person of interest.
Oh,
And I can
well.
provide you company as well as protection.
Oh, well, that would be wonderful. I thank you, Mr. Oyohusa. That is wonderful.
And Elora will kind of look over to Inca with like a furrowed brow, a little bit upset by hearing it, but out of sight of Oyo, because he's definitely like worried about pleasing her right now. Like, see what I mean? My plan.
Oyohusa notice.
She's like behind you.
Oh, okay.
You don't know everything. Hush.
That's true. That's true. He can't see behind his head, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So the logistics of traveling to the ball are all getting set. And so the camera pans over to the forge. Adamant.
Pink.
Yes.
Okay. It is the afternoon of the ball. Adamant has been hard at work. And you know that in a couple of hours' time, it will be time to leave from the shop to head to the location of the ball. So, what has Adamant been working on?
Adamant has been working on his costume,
Okay.
which is essentially a tuxedo woven out of metal, iron, and copper.
Ooh. Okay. And so he puts that on, and oh, yes, fits very nice. Not too tight across the shoulders, enough room in the chest, and just fits snug around the waist, just like you want the tuxedo jacket to fit. And is it sort of a jacket and shirt? Is it slacks?
Right.
How much of this is made up?
Oh, all of it.
Oh, okay.
It would be very heavy for a normal person.
Okay, and then did he create any kind of coverings to make it look like he's wearing fancy shoes?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay.
Not of it all.
Okay. Black shoes, I presume.
Yes.
Polished to a nice shine.
Yes, they would be blackened iron.
Oh, black and iron. Oof. Okay. All right. Don't kick your partner when you're dancing. Break her shin.
Yeah.
Okay. And then how is Adamant going to plan to travel from the forge to... Is he going to have a carriage come and get him, or is he just going to walk across the city, or something special he's going to do?
Between his weight and the weight of his outfit, he is not going to make anything carry him.
Okay. All right.
And he's going to take some influence from Kamigawa. His mask looks like this. Just so goes all the way around his head.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Very interesting. Yes. Okay. So he is already okay. Now we're just at about the time we would get ready to go to the ball.
I sent you a
And
message.
yes, and before that happens, okay, all right, you will get an answer. You'll probably get an answer to that between sessions, but Galibar would get the answer before the ball. The DM has to actually go and double check some maps and do some things before he can give you a precise answer on that. So
Galibar would know, but I will not yet.
Correct. Galibar would know the answer, but the player will not know it until during the week between the session and next session. All right. So other than that sending, anything else that people need to do before we get this ball started?
Nope.
Okay. So as we look out over the city, the sun is setting on the day of the ball, and there's kind of been a buzz building in Waterdeep, especially in the quarter of the nobles. where there's been a lot of excitement, a lot of the hoity-toity have been getting their uh, fancy dress costumes ready and their masquerades and whatnot. And there are some festoons of bunting on certain parts of the city, especially the parts that lead from the nobility quarter down to the street where the Flump Theater is. And there's a building across from the Flump Theater that has been dedicated now as an arts center. And one of the central spaces of this is a large ballroom. And so as various carriages begin to come from the noble quarter, there are, of course, people that don't have the money to go to functions like this, but they kind of like to see the when the city kind of lights up for a party. So there will be people that will be out lining the streets as these carriages come along, and they are trying to catch glimpses inside the carriages of whoever is in there. Most of the carriages have the curtains closed so that people standing outside cannot see in, because a lot of people do have the same sort of idea of having a special surprise for the costume. They don't want people to see them arriving and be able to match the carriage with the noble house and then deduce who is in that carriage. So they begin going. Maybe an hour before sunset, from the estate, Lady Silverhand will come out, and she is very regally bedecked. She has a what looks at first from a distance like a simple floor length black dress that has tasteful sleeves and some ruffles of white lace down the neck and across her chest, and then some more lace at the wrists, and then a very small hem of white lace down near the floor. And that's kind of at a distance. That's what her dress looks like. But as you get closer, you realize that this dress is woven with many different, some of them look like artistic patterns and some of them look like geometric patterns. And the cloth just sort of seems to shimmer with these different patterns as you get closer. Once you get to within about 5 feet of her, you can detect these in the fabric. And she has a mask that's one of those kind that you can hold in your hand, and it has like a little wand, and then you hold the mask up to your face, and then you can pull it away from your face. That's the kind of mask that she is wearing. And the mask itself looks like a pair of hands that are made of silver, and it's fashioned such that it looks like somebody has their hands beside her temples and are covering her eyes with their hands. And then, of course, there's the little eye holes. So they are silver hands. So Lady Silverhand, admittedly, it's not necessarily a terribly clever disguise, But then again, she is such a public figure that it's like okay, she's just meant to be kind of seen all the time, even when she goes to a function like this. And the other person going with her is Oyohusa. So Oyohusa will say that you have managed to get to the carriage and get in the carriage without other people seeing. So when Lady Silverhand gets to the carriage, do you sort of swear her to secrecy for the moment, or do you allow her to take in what your costume looks like?
He'll very cordially greet her, and of course, he'll allow her to take in what he's wearing.
Okay, so will you describe that now, or do you want to describe that later when you get to the ball?
Oyohusa, he's dressed very handsomely in the finest black clothing, and he's wearing very stylish black leather boots with some obsidian gems actually accenting them. And he has kind of this David Bowie. If you ever seen The Labyrinth and you saw the ballroom scene, he's got his hair kind of like up big like that and poofy and spiky, and a few pieces are braided in with silk, with obsidian silk that has some cheap rubies, so small gems in them as accent pieces. And then on the clothing himself, on the back, he has like a high collar, and there are obsidian gems and ruby gems all in an assortment. And he takes off a mask that's made out of complete obsidian gems, and it looks like the face of an obsidian dragon.
And
he's got like eyeliner makeup on and things like that, in a stylish, like, he's gone all out. He's very
okay.
He has this very artistic look to him, and he smiles at her, and he takes her hand and helps her up into the...
Okay, Lady Silverhand says, "My goodness, Lord Oyohusa, this looks amazing. You are definitely going to get a lot of attention for that exquisite-looking costume. Bravo! I do hope that the rest of your companions have put as much thought and effort into their costumes as you have."
Well, it's just a rental. I made an arrangement in the upper trade quarter with a couple of shops, the jeweler shop and a tailoring shop, as well as a fine thread shop. And quite frankly, I could not afford such an outfit. I'm renting it, and they will sell it. If someone enjoys the fashion, it will sell probably for close to 50,000 gold pieces.
And she says, "I can believe it." And there's another voice that comes into Oyohusa's head, and that is the voice of the sword. And Tatsumasa says, "It is a very tasteful costume indeed, Oyohusa. I think there may be some hope for you yet."
Let's say that you were my muse.
Oh, well, thank you.
I had to do a little bit of a research, but I was able to find out what very little knowledge there is, and a particular drawing of what the face of an obsidian dragon would look like. And he, as he's helping Lady Silver into the carriage, he'll say, "Oh, I think that you'll get more attention when they wonder who is this strange tall man that accompanies you to the ball."
And Lady Silverhand sort of puts one hand over her mouth and she giggles a little bit. She says, "Oh yes, they will." I hope you don't mind being the subject of city gossip. There will be lots of that tomorrow.
That sounds positively chaotic.
And she gives as they close the carriage door and as the carriage pulls off, she gives sort of a deep-throated laugh and she says, "Oh, yes. Yes, it will be perfectly chaotic. But
it will
this
be
is a
our
good
little
kind
secret.
of chaos." Yes. This, for once, is a good kind of chaos. All right. So that carriage heads off towards the ball. From the forge, Adamant,
Yes.
you step out and you begin your trek across the city. And it's like by the time you get down to the end of the street, normally there's in the evening time, there's kids that are out in the street that are playing and whatnot, and you come out and it's like the ball just sort of gets forgotten and rolls over to the side, and the hoop just sort of rolls around, and then because there's nobody playing with it, it gradually just does that slow spinning in a circle until it falls over. And the kids are just they're gaping at you like they've never seen anything like this before. And as you get to the end of the street, a parent comes and says, "Little Johnny, what in the world is that?"
Adam waves.
Oh, okay. Hello. Get inside. You don't know if it's dangerous. Especially they say when they see that mask. And so they just kind of watch, and then as you go along, you eventually get towards an area where you see that some of the some of the carriages of the nobles are going, and now there's a group of people that are kind of lined on the street watching that way, and you realize you're coming up behind them and you're going to have to kind of go through them to get in the line of carriages going towards the venue. So
excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
Yeah, as you clomp up the street, people will eventually hear and they'll turn, and now there's just sort of a sea of people that they part gasps, and some women give little strangled shrieks, and men sort of put them behind them protectively, and they sort of back away. They look and they hear what you're saying, but they're like, okay. And so then the whispers are like, "Oh, look at that. And then people are like, "Look at the craftsmanship of that. Is that made of metal? Is it I don't know. Some of it looks like stonework, but some of it looks like metal. But it hangs so. Could it be fabric? It must be metal. It shines too." And so there's all this discussion as you're passing by with people trying to figure out exactly what your outfit is made of. And, there's a few people, ooh, and they're, but now who is that mask supposed to be? And, you hear people, they start naming off things like, no, it's not a demon lord. No, it's not this. They're not sure what that mask is supposed to be. And every time you get to a place where there's people gathered, there's the same sort of buzz of people trying to figure out what your outfit is made from. All right. So then, who would be leaving next? Well, I guess we'll go to. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
When Adam came out of his forge and's walking down the street and see all those other carriages going towards the place where they're going to drop off, there's one that's going towards where Adam's forge is, but Elora's kind of trying to peek out the window and sees this big, huge metal thing covered with more metal walking down the road. She kind of like, Adamant, finally, okay. Well, she probably knows it's Adamant because who else is going to dress metal on top of metal? But
Yep.
Mention the mask.
Yeah.
she'll like, okay, that's something new for Adamant. He's really expressing a style. She thinks to herself, and she'll kind of open the door to her thing and says, Adamant, she's the one that I'm looking for you. Oh, sir, I don't know the name of. I was just looking for you. And she'll kind of clap her hands and say, get in here, come in. And she'll kind of like trying to rush him across, and she's kind of holding up the line, like stand with the door.
That's a bad idea, man.
Okay. Yeah. Adamant, you look at this carriage, and this is a finely crafted carriage, and it's probably a carriage that's made to hold, let's say, 4 people comfortably. 6 people could probably squeeze in. And with her gown and everything, Elora is taking up one side, so there would be another bench. Basically, she's probably taking the back bench looking forward. Someone else could sit in the front bench looking back toward her, but you're looking at the kind of the delicate design of the steps that help you get up into the carriage, and you're looking at the very fine wood that makes up the body of the carriage and whatnot. And the driver, hears all this commotion and reins the horses to a stop, and he looks over to the side, and then he kind of looks at you and he double takes. And Adamant, as you're looking at Elora, with your passive perception, you can catch some movement, and you look up at the driver, and the driver is just wide-eyed looking at you and just sort of shaking his head no, like he doesn't think that this carriage has the capacity to hold something like that. I mean, he's just looking at all the metal and trying to imagine how much that would weigh, and he's coming to a conclusion that, nope, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that's what Adam says. He just kind of shakes his head. Oh, no, I don't think that's a good idea. I imagine that would result in some expensive repairs.
Laurel huff and says, you're gonna really make me get out of this carriage and walk with you, aren't you?
I am.
Very generous of you, huh? And she'll kind of scoff herself, and she'll kind of like pick up her dress and like slowly trying to get out of it, trying not to stumble on this big, huge dress that she's wearing.
Adamant, are you going to
He
help
just
her?
reaches up and plucks her out.
Okay. So now that you get out of the carriage, Elora, which of the dresses that you had are you wearing?
I'm getting the photo right now.
Oh, okay.
And the mask as well. It's just...
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Okay. I'm posting it. It's uploading.
Okay.
I'm going to verbally describe it as well, but... So her mask is a really big, pointy, not big, but like it has flowers and things like that in her hair as her hair is up in her buns.
Hold on.
The mask itself... What?
Looks like the stream stopped.
Oh,
Oh,
No, it's working for.
Yeah.
It's still up for me.
okay. It's still recording.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. Thank you, though.
so her hair is leading up into one big huge bun in the back, and it has her hair flowing down her back. But on her two sides, there's like purple flowers and purple black flowers up in her hair, and the mask itself has a gold tint around it with like a purple flare instead of green. Her dress itself is a really floofy dress. It hoofs straight out. One of it shows one of her legs, and it has like a pinkish purple undertone, but has a darkish purple blackish over with, you can see sparkles in it and like some gold rich line, which isn't really gold, but it looks like it. And it just hugs her body just right for the gold shoulder pieces drooping down, and the metal type fake gold metal on her legs and her arms. Her
Okay.
earrings perfect. Like her purple eyes really glow because of the gold outlines of the mask as well. So all the outfit ties together, and it just makes her look so glowy. And she's trying to keep like a smile, but as you can tell, she is not used to wearing this big, very poofy, very neat dress. And her shoes itself is made out of like a fake gold type of looking, with like little tiny flowers on like the back end of it to tie in with a little bit of druid in there too.
Okay. Well, as Adamant lifts Elora out of the carriage, there is this collective, oh, this gasp, and then there's this applause. And Elora, you look around and you realize that people are applauding your dress. They are looking at this and they think that it is just the most marvelous thing that they have ever seen. And you can hear some people commenting about the flowers, and some people are pointing out the gold, and they're saying, oh, that shade of purple is so wonderful. And then someone says, well, can you believe that mask, the effect it makes her eyes look purple? And people are talking about that, and they're just commenting and going on. And as you all clomp along behind the carriage, there will be continued conversation as you move along.
Laura
All
kind
right.
of chuckles and turns to Adam and says, "Do you know who I am?"
Well, yes.
I am a lady now. She kind of like opens up her arms and kind of gives him a little bit of a bow, just teasing him.
Yes. Yes, you are. Pats her on the head.
You're gonna ruin my butt. She'll kind of like go up and try and fix, like, to see if any of the flowers fell out or got misplaced, or the bun got ruined, and then it didn't. Okay.
Yes. All right. So we're a little bit over, but I'd like to ask Galibar and Inca, do the two of you want to describe your travel to the ball now, or do we want to start with the two of you next week?
I'll describe it now. Does Zinka want to describe theirs now?
Go ahead and describe yours.
Okay, well, Galibar is going to the ball with his mother, and
Okay.
due to his mother not wanting him to literally look the exact same as he does every single day, she has made him wear a bow tie.
Okay.
That is essentially attached to it's around his neck, since he does not normally wear a shirt. It's around his neck, and his normal scales kind of look like armor anyway, but he has his Bahamut like cape / cloak on. His beard is almost completely gone.
Okay.
Since he's no longer wearing the belt, it's no longer going to continuously grow to a full beard. So it is almost completely shaved off with kind of just like a thin beard with like a little bit of a goatee kind of
Okay.
situation. Or not goatee, but the strap that goes around the mouth and under the nose. That kind of thing.
Okay. Is that a Fu Manchu?
No, it goes around and it
Oh,
connects
okay.
to
All right.
like a thinner beard.
Okay.
And his hair is like braided. His hair is braided, going like a couple small braids like going around his horns, but the rest of it's just braided along down his
Damn it.
back. Stopping around like slightly below his shoulders because it has been cut as well. And he has the dragon mask on.
Okay. Which looks like a silver dragon.
I posted a picture earlier of what
Okay.
exactly
Yeah.
like, except
Yeah.
for silver dragon style, but yes,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
very similar to a silver dragon's face.
All right. Okay. And then, and you all are riding in your mother's carriage.
Yes.
And what is your mother wearing to the ball?
I imagine. I'll find a picture for it.
Okay.
All
right.
For it, but
So we'll describe as you all walk into the ball next
Yeah.
week and see what she is wearing.
And through the entire time we're in the carriage, he's describing exactly what Adamant normally looks like, because he's not expecting Adamant to be dressed up or anything.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. And your mother is all excited and saying, well, I hope maybe he will have done something different, but maybe not. And we will just have to see, won't we? And Inca, last but not least, what are you?
I'm trying to upload it. Bear with me here.
Okay.
Basically, she has had to order a carriage that's maybe a little either open completely or I apologize. I'm trying to get details on this. I know I have it, except now it's just like, nope, sorry, nope. There we go. Okay. There we go. So she has taken, actually, since her horns are somewhat removable, she took her horns off.
Ooh.
And this is what you will see.
Oh, wonderful.
So
Wow,
she is
okay.
dressed in a blue ball gown with silver sequin stars all over it. The upper top is kind of not strapless, but it goes around her upper shoulders. And then she has like large, huge ostrich feathers that are white with some type of a bejeweled collar that they're attached to. And then she has a silver filigree mask that covers her entire face with big blue ostrich feathers kind of attached to it from the backside. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yes. Well, what I am thinking I will do for next week, I'm going to make up a special slate for next week, and I'm going to put the pictures of your costumes on there. And then kind of as we pan around to different people at the ball, we'll sort of see what you all look like in your costumes. And that way we can show the stream. what you all are in. Wonderful. Okay, great. I wasn't sure whether you all were going to do this theater of the mind or whether you were going to find images. I'm very glad that all of you have found images, and we'll go ahead and share that with the stream next week.
I'll see if I
Okay.
can find something that would work for an image on his outfit.
Okay. All right. And as we come to the end of the session, folks, this will be our session 103 for the 25th of July. Hope you have enjoyed our session of the Walker of Waterdeep. I have been DM Galibar. This has been the players. We will be back again next. Let me just double check when we are going to be back again next on. Okay, yeah, we will be back again next week. There is not a game next week. And I will. I want to let you guys know that coming up here on this channel between now and next Sunday, we will have a few different streams. On Monday night, we will be doing our Monster Monday, and this week we will be looking at the history of the purple worm in D&D, going all the way back to when it was first introduced into the game, see how it has changed, how it has remained the same as it's been brought forward to the present edition. We will be looking at the various different ways you can reskin this monster. I have an actual case study of reskinning the purple worm that I will be sharing, and talk about different ways you can use it in your campaigns. Then on Thursday night, we will be doing the Sword Coast Chronicles, and the party in that game has basically alerted an entire cloud giant castle that they are there. The alarms have gone off, and they are trying to fight their way through that. Now, lest you think, oh my goodness, a band of adventurers fighting a whole castle full of cloud giants. Well, they rescued an adult bronze dragon that had been held captive by the cloud giants. So it's not just the adventurers. They do have some help on their side, which makes the fights a little bit more interesting. But we will see how that all goes next week. And then we should be back Saturday night with our Saturday Night Greyhawk 2nd edition game. So join us 8 p.m. on Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday night, 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night, and then next Sunday, once again, 2 p.m., we will be back for another edition of Walker of Waterdeep, where we will actually see our our characters at the ball. All right, everyone. Take care. Hope you have a wonderful week. And we will talk to you next time. Viewers, thanks so much for putting up with us, and we hope you've enjoyed the stream. Good night, everybody.